Test, test. Okay, there we go. This is great. Israeli tanks in the West Bank force around 40,000 Palestinians to flee, officials say.
Turning to the Middle East now, where mourners gathered in Israel for the funeral of former hostage Oded Lifshitz. He and his wife were both kidnapped by Hamas during the October 7th attacks in 2023. Though his wife was later released, Oded tragically died in captivity. Meanwhile, Israeli forces are stepping up their operations in the West Bank. CBS News foreign correspondent Deborah Patta has more.
More than 40,000 Palestinians have been evacuated from their homes in the occupied West Bank towns of Jenin and Tulkarem. It is the biggest displacement of civilians there since the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. Over the weekend, Israel sent tanks into Jenin for the first time in more than 2 decades. Defense Minister Israel Katz has ordered the troops to prepare for an extended stay, saying the area is being cleared for the coming year and that residents will not be allowed to return. Called Operation Iron Wall, Israel says it's to stamp out militancy. Palestinians feel its real intention is a permanent Gaza-style displacement of the population. Bulldozers have demolished large areas of the Jenin refugee camp, and the local municipality says military engineers could be seen making preparations for a long-term stay. Israeli hardliners...
Oh shit, Hasan's roasting Ethan. I saw him roast Ethan a little bit. We might have to react to that. But oh my god, this is just horrible. So Israel is sending tanks into the West Bank, displacing 40,000 Palestinians from their homes, and their defense minister, the person who replaced Yoav Gallant, I'm pretty sure, is saying that the soldiers need to prepare to stay there for a year to keep the residents from returning. So it's literally just colonization, and this is what we were expecting when Trump he basically decriminalized the violence. He pulled sanctions on violent settlers off of he basically pulled sanctions away from people doing violent actions in the West Bank, completely legalizing the violence. And there were reports that Miriam Adelson gave $100 million to Trump's campaign because she wanted Israel to be able to annex the West Bank. And now we're seeing it. So Donald Trump wins, and now the United States is completely even more complicit in Israel's expansionist policies than underneath Joe Biden. Like, underneath Joe Biden, he didn't like the genocide that Israel was doing, and he didn't really stop the genocide, but he did want Israel to stop expanding, like becoming a regional colonial power. But underneath Donald Trump, he just doesn't really care at all.
Have been pushing for the outright annexation of the West Bank. President Trump has said he would announce his position on the occupied territory within weeks. This as his...
Trump is going to announce his position within the territory, or on the territory, within weeks. He already gave us his position day one when he passed an executive order overturning Biden's sanctions on violent settlers. Hey, how's everyone doing tonight? Let's take a look at this. So this is just a bit of context for our stream. It's really annoying, and I'm kind of getting sad covering it. But Ethan, we have to go over what Ethan Klein is doing, because his entire community is unhinged. We need to cover what's happening in Israel and Palestine right now, because Israel is just completely dedicating itself to annexing all of the West Bank, and not annexing it in a good way where they're going to give the Palestinians their equal rights. No, expunging everyone from the territory and then taking over the land. So it's just atrocious.
In the occupied Palestinian territory,
this is the UN chief.
Violations of human rights have skyrocketed since the horrific Hamas attacks of October 7 and the intolerable levels of death and destruction in Gaza. And I am gravely concerned by the rising violence in the occupied West Bank by Israel settlers and other violations, as well as calls for annexation. We are witnessing a precarious ceasefire, We must avoid at all costs a resumption of hostilities. The people in Gaza have already suffered too much. It's time for a permanent ceasefire, the dignified release of all remaining hostages, irreversible progress towards a two-state solution, an end to the occupation, and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with Gaza as an integral part.
In Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory, where the suffering has been unbearable, I repeat my call for an independent investigation into grave violations of international law committed by Israel in the course of its attacks across Gaza and by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups. Any sustainable solution must be based on accountability, on justice, the right to self-determination, and the human rights and dignity of both Israelis and Palestinians. Any suggestion of forcing people from their land is completely unacceptable.
Yeah, so we're going to get a lot of blustering from the UN saying that we need to have an independent investigation into the war crimes on both sides. But at the end of the day, the United States is supporting of Israel, and that's all that really matters. And so it is our job as United States citizens, or those of you who are U.S. citizens, we still need to rally against our government and let it be known that supporting Israel is not a winning position in this country right now. And that's extremely hard to do because we basically have a dictator with Donald Trump in terms of how pliable he is to outside pressure being put on him. Hopefully he'll leave in 4 years, but even if he does not care. He's going to do everything in his power to just do whatever he wants. He is not going to change what he does because he's going to die soon. He's not going to win another election unless he goes full dictator, and he doesn't really care. He's never going to prison. Hey HK, yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining. So, oh my gosh, this is getting dark. I have a lot of tabs open up. Let's take a look at this. As Israeli tanks roll into Jenin, Palestinians prepare for lengthy invasion. Residents of Jenin face an uncertain future as military attacks intensify, forcing families to flee their homes. Jenin, occupied West Bank. A crowd of people gather to watch two massive armored bulldozers rumble into the Jenin refugee camp, tearing apart the asphalt to clear path for 3 Israeli tanks. This is the first time I've seen a tank with my own eyes, a young man said, his voice a mixture of awe and disbelief as the sun set over one of the entrances to the camp on Sunday. Before him, 2 massive bulldozers rumbled forward, destroying more of the road underneath them. The refugee camp, nearly emptied after weeks of relentless attacks, was bracing for yet another military incursion. And this is a refugee camp. This is what the IDF calls a military stronghold. Ahmed, born in Jenin in 2003 at the height of the Second Intifada, had witnessed military incursions before, but Israeli tanks had not been seen on the streets of Jenin since 2002 when that uprising began, and it looks like the Israelis are planning to linger. Ahmed stood among a group of young men and boys on Haifa Street, near one of the camp's entrances. It won't be easy for them to stay, he muttered as the heavy machinery continued its work. For more than an hour, journalists, locals, and a nearby Israeli military jeep observed in silence as the bulldozers dismantled the roundabout on Haifa Street. Then, as the last pieces of debris were pushed aside, the engines of the Merkava tanks rumbled, and the armored vehicles began their advance into the city. A young man standing nearby, when asked whether he expected immediate resistance, shook his head. I don't think so. There's no one left in the camp, not even the fighters. Palestinian youth gathered around the Israeli tanks and bulldozers. Can't even see them. They're already talking about the third term. I don't think my favorite dictator is leaving. Oh man. The tanks and the stones. Nonetheless, as the tanks pressed forwards towards the refugee camp, a familiar scene unfolded. Groups of Palestinian youth and children, armed with nothing but stones, hurled them at the approaching tanks. In response, the operator of one of the tanks aimed its cannon and turret directly at the crowd of journalists and onlookers. Moments later, the air filled with tear gas, dispersing the young men and children who had gathered. Yeah, throwing a rock is a prisonable offense if you are a Palestinian. Israel has been conducting near-daily raids in the occupied West Bank since 2022, its stated aim being the weakening of armed Palestinian resistance groups operating there. Since the war in Gaza began in October 2023, Israel has increased the deadly force it uses in the West Bank, using helicopters, drones, and now tanks. This latest intensification of violence in Jenin began on January 21st, but Israeli forces have also attacked elsewhere, including Kabatia and Tulkarem. On Sunday, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said that he had instructed the military to prepare for a long stay in the cleared camps for the coming years, preventing residents from returning and stopping terrorism from regrowing. So this is just pretty obvious. They're not really beating around the bush anymore. They're just saying wherever Palestinians are, there is violence. Wherever there are Palestinians, that is terrorism that we need to stomp out. I mean, preventing the residents from returning and stopping terrorism from regrowing. It's just obvious. When you have a group of people that you are oppressing, your oppression is going to naturally create violent resistance. And so then the Israelis are using that violent resistance as an excuse and a reason to then justify their ethnic cleansing of those people. They don't want to give them equal rights. They want to basically not have them there anymore. And so they're just oppressing them, giving them less and less rights, killing more and more of their people when inevitably there is violent resistance, such as there's a tank driving down my road, I'm going to shoot at it, or I'm going to throw a rock at it or plant an IED there. Then that is used as an excuse to then label all of the Palestinians there as terrorists. Once again, this is simply just colonization through the use of ethnic cleansing. Among those watching the tanks disappear into the camp was one young man who had been displaced just weeks earlier. He stood in silence, his face tense with uncertainty. Once again, we don't know what will happen, he said. I have a house to stay in for now, but many people have nowhere to sleep tonight. Israeli bulldozers destroyed roads and infrastructure to allow for Israeli tanks to enter Jenin. This is so fucking dark. Salvaging belongings. According to the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, this is also a terrorist group, according to Republican senators. Hey, thanks, Young, for sharing the stream. They don't need to rip up the road for that, they just do. Not so their tanks can use it, so exclusively their tanks can use it. Yeah, that makes sense. Just making it harder for everyone else to get around. More than 40,000 Palestinians have been forcibly displaced from their homes in the West Bank, and Israeli forces are refusing to allow them to return. The blockade to the camp in Jenin follows weeks of siege during which initially Palestinian Authority forces and then the Israeli military imposed severe restrictions on movement, cutting off water and electricity to the camp. Many families were forced to flee suddenly, leaving behind their belongings, including a group of women navigating Jenin's destroyed mud-filled streets. Gathered at one of the entrances to the camp, they planned to get back to their homes and grab some of what they had been forced to leave. Faces tired, shoes muddy, and surrounded by the bags they were going to use to gather their belongings, they waited to be let through. But they were unsuccessful. The Israeli soldiers who had forced them to flee their homes blocked them from passing through checkpoints they had set up using the rubble they had created by destroying the camp streets. The officer told us yesterday that we could come back today, but now he's refusing to let us in, said one of the women, frustration evident in her voice. The women did not want to give up and start walking down another access road, dwarfed by the rubble and destruction that filled the narrow, muddy streets. They were warned off trying again, though, with one ominous word: snipers. Jesus. Yeah, so even if you're just trying to get your stuff, and even if you're a woman, which, not to be sexist here, but it's obviously the IDF is really concerned with military-aged men, and they will shoot anyone who fits that description. So even if you don't fit that description of a terrorist, they're going to just snipe you if you just annoy them too much. Just the clothes on her back. We'll be back one day, Halima Zawahidi said, her smile contrasting with tired eyes and a slow shuffling gait caused by her lung cancer. Halima was born in the Jenin refugee camp and lived her whole life there, but she was forced out of her home by Israeli soldiers on January 22. She fled the violence with nothing more than the clothes on her back. This 63-year-old can vividly recall jets flying overhead as the sound of shooting filled the air, bullets flying above their heads. Israeli forces killed 10 people that day, setting the tone for the weeks to come. Now Halima, her brothers, sisters and nephews, 8 people in total, are all crammed into one room at an educational center for the deaf, which became a shelter for some 16 families forcefully expelled from the refugee camp. Other families have been forced to scatter across Jenin city, staying with family or in whatever other spaces they have been able to find. But Halima said this is the biggest and most vicious Israeli attack she has experienced on a camp that has seen more than enough Israeli raids over the past decades. The Israelis will stay, she added, because she believes they want to expel everyone who lives in the camp, as is apparent from all the destruction. Halima is hopeful that her house is still partially standing. The windows and doors were blown out and several walls were badly damaged or fell. On top of the regular Israeli raids that the refugee camp residents have suffered for years, we were under siege for 45 days, Halima said. There was no electricity, no water, no roads, shooting. We lived in the dark in the camp, she added, referring to a raid by the Palestinian Authority forces who besieged the Palestinians in the camp before the Israeli invasion. Halima has no idea when she will return home, as do none of the other displaced in Jenin. Israel continues to breach what would have previously been considered red lines, but with few guardrails and a U.S. administration that appears to be actively supporting its actions, faces few immediate consequences. Many observers believe that Israel's ultimate aim is to depopulate the West Bank of its Palestinian population. But in Gaza, where Israel unleashed the full force of its military for 15 months, a similar aim has so far failed. But even without a strategy, Israel's military strength directed towards the people of Jenin has upended the lives of thousands with no end in sight. What are they going to do? Asked one resident, Jamila. Destroy all the camp? Do they want to make a hole in the land and put us there? Yeah, that's true. So, obviously, this is just a snapshot into the lives of the people who are directly affected by Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. And yeah, they've just been evicted from their homes, threatened by getting sniped if they move back. And this is just the beginning for the complete ethnic cleansing and inevitable annexation of the West Bank. So you might be wondering, what is happening with the ceasefire talks? Updates: Israel steps up West Bank raids. Netanyahu accused of sabotage. Here's what's happened today. So this was a live page, but this is just today. A senior Hamas official accused Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of intentionally sabotaging this Gaza ceasefire deal after Israel called off the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. So Netanyahu called off the release of these prisoners because Hamas returned the wrong body for the Bibas hostage. Israeli forces have arrested at least 365 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank during Israel's large-scale incursion, the Palestinian Prisoners Society said. Palestinians say the real intention of Israel's ongoing military attack on the territory appears to be a large-scale permanent displacement of the population by destroying homes and making it impossible for them to stay. And at this point, I don't even think Israel would refute that. I think they would just agree with it. Israel Katz, the defense minister who replaced Yoav Gallant, is directing the military to get ready for a year-long occupation of Jenin to prevent the residents from returning. So are we going to say that after that year is over, the residents can return? Like, I don't think they're actually going to lie anymore about that. I think they're just going a little bit mask off now that Trump is in office. There can be no other solution than a two-state solution. So this was the EU's foreign policy chief. And Friedrich Merz, who is expected to be Germany's next chancellor, said he would make sure Netanyahu could visit Germany despite an arrest warrant. So we've got a lot of fun countries just like supporting Israel. Then we have the Israeli tanks in the occupied West Bank. Israel has deployed tanks into the occupied West Bank and ordered its military to prepare for an extended stay to fight Palestinian armed groups. 40,000 people were expelled. So that's pretty fucking horrible. And then we also just need to keep in mind that Israel's been releasing hostages, but they've also been taking a bunch of hostages in the occupied West Bank. So if we take a look at the amount of hostages that Israel's released, and it's hard to find like a clean article detailing all of the hostages, but if we can take a look at the deal here. And so it says that on January 15th, they reached an agreement. Hamas would release the hostages. The deal was achieved through negotiations mediated by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar. And then, so here we go. So Hamas released 3 female hostages. and Israel released 90 Palestinian prisoners. Then this isn't super detailed, but Hamas returned to Israel the dead body of Shiri Bebas after delivering the wrong body to Israel the day before. And on the 22nd of February, Israel refused to release 600 Palestinian prisoners as stipulated, instead instituting an indefinite delay, despite Hamas releasing 6 living hostages as stipulated. So Israel has not released the amount of people that they said they would. But I'm trying to, I saw a number where Israel released 360 Palestinians. I just have so many tabs up right now. Germany's center-right won, and Israel immediately called them we're the same, brother. Yeah. Yeah, there was a dark vote at the UN where United States, Israel, and Russia all voted to condemn Ukraine, and China abstained. It's okay, we're really getting just the axis of evil created here. So they released Israel released 90 Palestinians. Where was I seeing the amount of Palestinian prisoners that were released? They arrested 365. I think it was somewhere over here. Three hostages set free in exchange for hundreds. Okay, here we go. So this is an NBC News article. I think this is what I was looking at. So this was a week ago, but Hamas today freed hostages Sasha Alexander, Liar Horn, and Israeli-American Sagi Dekelchen. They were seized in the kibbutz. Israel released 369 Palestinian prisoners and detainees, just hostages, right? They hold Palestinian prisoners either in a military court-style trial to convict them on obviously trumped-up charges, they don't have a fair shake, or detainees are just held without any kind of due process at all. Whenever you see the news talk about Hamas's hostages and the Israelis' prisoners, just know that's Zionist framing. They are trying to whitewash the way that Israel treats its prisoners / hostages, and obviously paint Hamas as this barbaric organization that takes hostages. But Israel has prisoners, which implies due process, and they do not have due process. Oh yeah, I do have a Discord server. I just need to link it. That's a good point. I think it's just called Uninformed Leftist. So Lars says, how do you think AB, Lena, and Olivia feel when Ethan says he'll show how free Israel feels? Ethan made Olivia take down from River to the Sea tweets, did he? Man, I don't fucking know. At the end of the day, Ethan is their boss. He's not their friend. He's not their relative, and they just can't have frank conversations with him. So a lot of people work for Zionist asshole bosses where they can't speak freely. So I would cut people on the crew some slack unless they explicitly say dumb shit that you can criticize them for saying. Go ahead and do that now, or go ahead and criticize them when they say dumb stuff. But yeah, I don't think they feel good. I think Ethan was talking about how free Israel is and how he's going to visit Israel. And AB made a comment oh, well, Israel dumped out my suitcase the last time I visited. I think he was talking about how he was going to go to Lebanon and he had to go through Israel somehow. And they just dumped all of the stuff from his suitcase onto the airport floor. And Ethan's oh, well, but you got all of your stuff back, right? And he's yeah. So you can't even say just the smallest of details of any kind of pushback against Israel without Ethan being okay, yeah, but Israel's still good at the end of the day. So he's just guys, you just have to realize he's just an asshole. He's just an asshole boss, and he has a big platform and a lot of people around him that he can kind of coerce into saying things that he wants them to say. Anyway, the point I was trying to make here is that Israel's released 369 Palestinian prisoners a week ago. They're refusing to release another 600 prisoners because of the body mix-up, and they've captured 365 Palestinians in the West Bank. So they're literally, like, I say captured like it's some kind of game of capture the flag, but they're literally just taking hostages. Like, they're just doing October 7th in the West Bank, and no one's talking about it. That's the thing. They're literally, like, expelling 40,000 people, capturing more people than Hamas captured on October 7th. What, are all of them fighters? Are none of them children? Are none of them innocent people? Israel just decided to capture like 365 people in the West Bank. And I guess they're all Hamas, right? They're all violent resistance fighters. Yeah, and then they release 369, but they capture another 365. So literally, like, they have not they're not emptying their prisons out at all. So we can probably just leave it at that, but it's so dark. So the ceasefire deal is technically holding. Gaza truce could end in days with no extension agreed. What happens next? Less than a week before it expires, Israel and Hamas have failed to agree to extend the ceasefire in Gaza. Here's how the deal could still continue and what happens if it doesn't. I mean, it honestly doesn't even matter. So they agreed to a 6-week ceasefire in January. There were hopes that it would evolve into a longer and more stable truce. This one. Israeli minister sets 4 conditions for talks on phase 2 of Gaza's ceasefire deal. So this is just you have to meet these 4 conditions to just talk about phase 2. Israeli Energy Minister Eli Cohen set 4 conditions on Monday for starting negotiations on the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire. So it's literally meet all of these conditions, and then we can start talking about negotiating the phase 2. Israel has 4 conditions before moving to the second phase. Cohen, a member of Israel's security cabinet, told the public broadcaster KAN. He said these conditions include the return of Israeli captives, the removal of Hamas from Gaza, the disarmament of the enclave, and Israel's security control of the territory. So, once again, this is not a deal. Like, this is not a deal. This is just a complete and utter surrender. If you're just saying, oh yeah, completely disarm yourselves, and the people that resist against us all have to leave. I mean, removal, I guess, could be like physically remove them. Hopefully not murder them, if that's what they're talking about. So, like, this is completely a non-starter. Who are you going to negotiate with? This ceasefire was negotiated with Hamas, and you're saying one of the conditions to move on to phase 2 of the ceasefire deal is to remove the person we're negotiating with. Like, this is meaningless. This is completely meaningless. So this is like, Israel is just not going to do phase 2. So what do we have here? Steve Witkoff, the Mideast envoy for the Trump administration, said he would return to the region on Wednesday to push for a new truce. With a brief extension possible, the likelihood of a long-term arrangement preventing the revival of fighting seems remote. Both sides have preconditions that make it hard to reach a permanent resolution. Israel's leaders say that they will only end the war once Hamas no longer exerts military and political power in Gaza. Hamas has indicated it could give up some civil responsibilities, but its leaders have largely dismissed the idea of disarmament, at least in public. I mean, imagine how crazy this is. It's like, imagine if Israel was getting invaded and the conditions to do a ceasefire was for Netanyahu and his entire cabinet to give up power. So the people you're negotiating with, you say to them, the only way we're going to like stop killing you is if you guys leave power. That's just a non-starter. What was supposed to happen? The deal struck in the final days of the Biden administration allowed for an initial 6-week truce. The two sides were supposed to use the 6 weeks to negotiate the terms for a permanent truce that would have begun as soon as March 2nd. Those negotiations were expected to focus on who should govern post-war Gaza, as well as the release of roughly 60 other hostages. Though punctured by disruptions, most of the exchanges have gone roughly to plan. The negotiations for a second phase have not. They have yet to begin in earnest, even though under the terms of the January agreement they were supposed to conclude by this past Sunday. That failure is partly because, according to the agreement, the truce can only formally roll over if both sides agree to end the war. But Israel and Hamas have such differing visions of a post-war Gaza that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been unwilling to even restart talks. Well, that's one way of putting it. I guess we have to give them credit for saying that it's Netanyahu who's unwilling to restart talks. Do Hamas and Israel want to restart the war? Weak and isolated, Hamas has avoided explicit calls for a resumption in hostilities, even if the group has made war more likely by refusing to surrender. I mean, dude, once again, this is crazy. This is crazy framing. They've refused to surrender, so they make war more likely. And we're not going to talk about how Netanyahu's own Secretary of Defense or Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant, said they have no more valid military targets in the West Bank, and their war there is basically over. Like, they've weakened Hamas as much as they possibly can. But we're going to say that the group has made war more likely by refusing to surrender. So one side refuses to surrender. Okay. One side refuses to surrender, and that makes the war more likely. I mean, why doesn't Israel surrender? We just talk about, like, Israel could just stop fighting. It's crazy. Netanyahu directly stated on Sunday that Israel was ready to resume fighting if Hamas would not disarm itself voluntarily. In his speech to soldiers, Mr. Netanyahu said he was only open to negotiations on the terms of Hamas's surrender. I mean, guys, just think about this for a second. Israel has, I mean, they've literally occupied they've occupied Gaza before Hamas was even in power. Once they pulled out, Gaza had an election and Hamas was elected. Okay. There is no Hamas in the West Bank. Even the Palestinian Authority is basically a puppet of Israel, and the Palestinian Authority has gone in and attacked Jenin, and they've basically like mowed the lawn in Jenin. And now Israel is literally doing an ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. Like, they just expelled 40,000 people. Why would Hamas ever fucking surrender? Like, it makes no sense. Okay, we're going to completely defang ourselves and just assume that Israel's going to have the Palestinian people's best interest in mind. Like, I know that you say you want to kill us. You have been killing us. So we're just going to surrender and then hope that because we surrender, you suddenly have a ton of goodwill for us. Like, these people would have to be stupid to have an unconditional surrender. Many Israelis want the prime minister to agree to an extended truce in order to free the remaining hostages, even if it comes at the expense of keeping Hamas in power. But Mr. Netanyahu's right-wing coalition allies see a defeat of Hamas as a bigger national priority and are pressing him to restart the conflict. I mean, bro, it's been like, what, 14, 15 months of genocide in Gaza, and you haven't defeated Hamas? I think it was like Antony Blinken of the U.S. State Department said that Hamas has more fighters now than they did at October 7th, or about the same number. You haven't done shit. You've just destroyed the infrastructure there. Like, sure, they're completely weak, but if this is not Hamas being defeated, you're never going to defeat Hamas. Is Israel getting ready for a new offensive? Let's see, what does this say? The Israeli military has already made an extensive preparations for new and intense campaign in Gaza. Jesus fucking Christ. According to 3 defense officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to speak more freely, the officials said the new operations would include the targeting of Hamas officials who siphon off aid supplies meant for civilians. So now Israel gives a fuck about the aid supplies that are going into Gaza. Like, there's no, this is the justification when they have like gangs of Israelis, gangs of far-right Israelis tearing aid supplies from the trucks that are supposed to deliver it. Like, literally, they let in trucks because of the ceasefire. They let in trucks of aid, so they were using the food as a bargaining tactic. Just like medieval warfare style, using food as a bargaining tactic. Where did I read that? It was something like more than 300%. Yeah, it was something like, yeah, they released a ton of prisoners and sent in aid trucks. While the plan has yet to be approved by the Israeli cabinet, two of the officials said they believed that only President Trump could dissuade Mr. Netanyahu from renewed war. Well, dude, the guy who doesn't care about anything, who immediately after 9/11 called a news agency and said that I have the highest tower in New York now, we're relying on him to stop this war. Jesus. Food is a Trojan horse. Ethan's benign charity workers. Yeah, true. They were just charity workers. How do they not mention the new offensive in the West Bank in this section? Yeah, that's a good question. How do they not mention the new offensive in the West Bank? How old is this article? This article is yesterday. Well, Jesus, the new offensive was before then. Yeah, I mean, it's in New York Times, extremely like libbed up. They're probably, I'm not really surprised that they're not talking about it at all. If there's no extension, will fighting immediately resume? Not necessarily. The initial deal said that the temporary cessation of hostilities could be sustained beyond the March 1 deadline as long as Israel and Hamas were still negotiating over the terms of a permanent ceasefire. And once again, the terms to negotiate, just Israel's terms to negotiate, is to disband Hamas entirely. So in order to negotiate with Hamas, they want Hamas immediately disbanded. Like, dude, their demands make no sense on their face. Oh yeah, to negotiate with you, I just need you to like kill yourself, just jump off a bridge or go out into the desert in Egypt or go to Lebanon so we can kill you there in like a few years too. Still, there will be fewer guardrails to keep the truce from collapsing. Oh, fewer. We're already on like a Rainbow Road in Mario Kart. During the initial ceasefire, the sides were motivated to sustain the deal through several crises because every passing week allowed for the exchange of more captives. That arrangement suited both Israel and Hamas. Every liberated hostage brought relief to the Israeli population, while Hamas's prestige was bolstered among Palestinians every time a prisoner was released. Oh, yeah. I'm like, oh, wait, are they talking about an Israeli prisoner or a Hamas prisoner? But then I read prisoner, and it's like, okay, well, we know what that means. We know that it's a Palestinian being held hostage by Israel. Those swaps are set to end on Thursday with the release of 4 more Israelis, most likely captives who have died, for several hundred Palestinians, unless new exchanges are arranged. Both Hamas and Israel will have fewer reasons to keep the truce going. Well, I mean, Israel's been replacing its prison population as fast as it's been giving them up, so there's a lot more Palestinians that Hamas can get back. Okay. What's going on in chat? Ethan and his wife have very bad takes, but are good people deep down. Bro, what is happening here? I don't care if they're good people deep down, man. I don't care if they're good people deep down. What I care is the effective message they're sending out. And the effective message they're sending out is that, A, Hasan is a terrorist lover, and people that are like pro-Palestinian actively on the internet are also terrorist lovers, and they should be expunged from public life. And B, Israel's really not that bad. It's just that genocide's bad. Like, we should stop criticizing the genocide, but if you want to criticize Israel, then you should have like love in your heart for the Israelis, because guys, we just need to like understand each other and then we can end this. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Ethan is gonna die on this hill. His wife is so pretty. Then he said, FL said, Ethan is gonna die on this hill. His wife is so pretty. What is, did you see that debate that I hosted between H3 fans and like Hasan fans or non-H3 fans? It's just so funny. It's like all of the fucking Ethan defenders kind of hate Ethan. Like they think he's an idiot. Even our token resident H3 Stan is saying that Ethan's just like, he's pussy whipped. Is that what he's saying? Okay. This is another point that I wanted to make. Because I'm just so sick of hearing people say, I'm so sick of the narrative that Hasan doesn't respond to criticism because there's a genocide going on. I think that's such a ridiculous narrative. When Hasan says, oh, you're going to criticize me, a Palestinian advocate, when there's a genocide going on, he's not saying I'm immune to criticism and you shouldn't, like, I can't deal with this criticism right now because there's a genocide going on. What Hasan is saying is that because there's a genocide going on, that changes the effect of your criticism. He's not saying, okay, your criticism is just in a vacuum and I can't deal with it right now. I just can't deal with this criticism because I'm so fixated on the genocide. I don't even have time to like cook my own chicken, so I need to have some kind of illegal maid to cook my chicken for me. No, what he's saying is your criticism does not exist in a vacuum. Right now, there is a genocide going on where, let's just be honest, like all of our news media, all of our like legacy news media is taking the pro-Israeli stance. It's taking the pro-Israeli side. It's not giving enough coverage to the people that are doing genocide. In fact, MSNBC just fired multiple like personalities that they had that spoke out against the genocide going on in Gaza. They just got fired. I mean, we're seeing this all over the place where these news corporations will basically silence pro-Palestinian voices. And so when Hasan says, you're criticizing me, there's a genocide going on, what he means is your criticism does not exist in a vacuum. I am a pro-Palestinian voice. And even if I might like hurt your feelings because I say that the people responsible for October 7th is like an inevitable part of the cycle of oppression and resistance, you criticizing me for saying that is not like the smart thing to do, because overall, the narrative is that all Palestinians are like basically valid military targets and they should be expelled. And so your criticism changes in the context of like the national conversation. Just had to get that out there. Speaking of Ethan criticizing Hasan, so I was trying to record this video this morning, criticizing this video. It's really dumb. It's really dumb, man. Like I wish I had more of a criticism. Like I wish that Ethan Klein I wish that Ethan Klein spoke in a little bit of more concrete terms, because the stuff he says is just, it's all feelings. It's all of these tiny little minute like microaggressions that he's picking up on from Hasan, and then he's just channeling it into himself and he's like spewing it out on here, and he just doesn't have anything meaningful to say. It's nothing meaningful. It's like, oh, Hasan made a noise. Hasan went like, huh, at a point where Hasan goes, and then like Hasan's bad. And I genuinely think that Ethan Klein is spiraling right now because he is losing a lot of subscribers. Like at the end of the year, we saw, at the end of the year, he like brought up the number of subscribers he lost. And I think they lost like, like 10% of their subscribers year to year. They lost something like that. Like a significant amount, an amount that got him fired up. And then when he made that post targeting the Snark subreddit, he's like, you guys have attacked my family. You've tortured my family, my wife, my children, and my career. It's like, okay, dude, that's where it's coming from. Like Ethan Klein's career is not going that well. And I think he's really just crashing out a little bit, looking for people that he can blame for this failure. And I think that he thinks if he can stick on this I hate Hasan train, he can somehow salvage his career. I really think he thinks of it as a zero-sum game where if he's able to take Hasan down a peg or two, that's going to elevate his own standing by result. And to be honest, like, he's wrong in the sense that it's a zero-sum game, but he has gotten attention for this months-long crash out at this point. He tortured my family while a genocide is going on. Okay, let's just get into this. This is brutal. All right, we're going to react to this, and then we're going to react to his latest episode where he just straight up does Zionist propaganda. And then He also says that he's planning on doing more Zionist propaganda by going to Israel and showing how it's not an ethno state, or he's like, it's not segregated. It's not like the Jim Crow South. It's like, bro, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, let's continue.
Hi again, everyone. I'm back with a little update for you guys regarding Hasan. First of all, I want to thank everyone for watching the content nuke and enjoying it. And I'm glad to see that a lot of people have really resonated with the message. One of those people, unfortunately,
I think I had this sped up. Yeah, I'm just going to play it at normal speed.
is not Hasan Piker.
I'm just going to be real petty about this reaction.
With the message. One of those people, unfortunately, is not Hasan Piker.
It's just like a poor choice of words. He's like, one of those people is not Hasan Piker. Well, all of the people that watch your video is not Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is not one of those people. Okay. Told you I was going to get petty.
Who has continued to spread Hamas propaganda and even elevated his brazenness.
Okay, so once again, I'm going to be very petty in here. Ethan makes the claim that Hasan is spreading Hamas propaganda and is elevating his brazenness. Let's see if he can back up this thesis.
Take, for example, the tragic story of the Bibas family. The dad, 2 kids, and the mom were all taken hostage on October 7th after the grandparents were murdered in their home. The children, 8 months and 3 years old, was kidnapped with their mom, and the dad was kidnapped separately.
One thing about that is it's weird that he gets their names wrong. He says it's 8 months and 3 years old. It's a 4-year-old son, Ariel, and 9-month-old son, Kafir. So even when he's trying to do this whole like Hasan's bad because he's making light of this situation, he's spreading misinformation. Those ages are not correct. Lars says, I never gave a shit about Hasan, but Ethan got me hoping he gets a show on CNN now. Ethan would lose his... That would be fucking hilarious. Like, I don't think it would be good by any means, and it'd probably be a downgrade, but it would just be so funny. Like, the more interviews that Hasan gets, the madder Ethan gets. Yeah, that's the other thing. I really, like, I looked into this video because I thought he was going to have sources down here, but he doesn't. Like, I'll show you guys my sources. It's Wikipedia. It's not, like, I didn't do that much research, but it's a 9-month-old son and 4-year-old. And Ethan says it's 3 and 8 months. Okay. Like, he just doesn't know anything that he's talking about, man.
Hamas murdered the children and their mom in captivity and recently just returned their corpses to Israel. Let's take a look at how Hasan reacted to this tragic update.
As music blares, Hamas fighters carry the coffins of 4 dead Israeli hostages, 2 of them children, the youngest to have been abducted.
Okay, so this is a point that I was thinking of in my last stream, but it's like, okay, so people are criticizing Hamas for making this into an event, which it's a hostage, like it's a hostage release. Even if they're corpses, like it's a political thing, right? But how would I'm just curious, how would people that are criticizing this want them to be more respectful? Like no cameras at all. We wouldn't even have this like overhead drone footage recording this. People with guns not there. I mean, it's a militant group. Do you think the IDF doesn't carry guns when they release their hostages? Is it the stage that they find disrespectful? Is it the picture of Netanyahu as a vampire with like the images of the family? Once again, that's not a, like the Netanyahu, the vampire might be disrespectful to Netanyahu, but it's not disrespectful to have like an image of the person who's dead at a funeral. I guess, is it the music they're playing? We can't really hear the music here, but Ethan seemed to have an issue with the music there. Like, if it's the stage, okay, you don't want a stage, but are they just going to be taken directly out of the tunnels into the Red Cross? You still would have a crowd of people standing there watching it. Like, make it make sense to me. And obviously, I think Ethan's being a little racist here, to be honest. I think that Ethan sees Hamas, and it's not overtly disrespectful, and you can't overtly criticize it. You also can't immediately refute the claims that Netanyahu's bombs were responsible for killing them. And so he just goes in, he just reaches in and grabs a little handful of racism that he can throw out there. He calls it a parade. He says that the music's disrespectful. I don't know what the music is. It sounded like generic Arabic music to me. He says that Hamas is controlling the global media. This is all kind of racist shit. It's all kind of racist shit. It's calling a group of people standing in an orderly fashion, taking pictures, a parade, and a festival type atmosphere. It's a little bit racist, man. Because if you were actually thinking of them as real people, you could see that this isn't the celebratory atmosphere that Ethan Klein and Ela and the other people on the show were trying to make it out to be.
Hostages, 2 of them children, the youngest to have been abducted on October the 7th. On stage, an offensive propaganda message blaming Prime
offensive propaganda message? Offensive propaganda.
God, I'm morphing into Ethan Klein. Okay, so listen. I'm gonna give Ethan the benefit of the doubt here, even though in a second he's going to completely shatter that. But could the narrator have been talking about the picture of the 4 dead hostages with Netanyahu and called that offensive? Yes, I think the narrator could have been talking about that. Could have Hasan been talking about that? Even though, obviously, he goes on and reads the quote, so it's extremely clear that he's not talking about that. But Hasan could have been talking about that, right? In the 2 seconds of this clip we've seen so far, we don't know what he's talking about. Could, in this shot where Ethan zooms in, be talking about the image of the hostages? He could. It's a weird zoom in, though, because it doesn't include the demonic Netanyahu that's overshadowing them. And that seems like it would be the most offensive part. If we're talking about the image, he's just zooming in on their faces, which doesn't seem offensive at all. Maybe the red vignette around them is what Ethan thinks is offensive. All of those things are true. Okay? All of those things could be true. They're not true. They're not true. But okay, so let's bring it back to reality a little bit. The narrator of this CNN article or whatever we're watching says it's an offensive propaganda message. He didn't say offensive propaganda picture. It's the message. We can rewind and we can read the message right here. The war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles from Zionist warplanes. So we can use context clues and infer that's the message that the narrator is talking about. We can also use context clues to realize that's what Hasan was laughing to, right? So we have this pretty one-track direction so far. It's things are linking up nicely. We're in the same direction. Then Ethan Klein comes in and he just takes it in a completely left turn. Let's play.
Offensive propaganda message? Offensive propaganda message? Offensive propaganda message?
Hasan.
Offensive propaganda message?
So,
offensive propaganda message. Offensive
So Ethan zooms in on the coffins, and it's just such a reach, man. I know there's a lot of dumb people out there, and there's a lot of people that just hate Hasan, and hating Hasan is an industry, and so people can make videos about Hasan and get hundreds of thousands of views. But this is insane. Hasan laughing at the narrator saying that Netanyahu's bombs killed these people is an offensive propaganda message, and then Ethan Klein taking that clip, running with it, and saying that Hasan is laughing because 4 people were killed is a new level of low. I've said that Ethan Klein is dumb. I've said that he doesn't have good media analysis skills. He doesn't have good critical thinking. But this is this seems to be deliberately bad faith. And I think, like, he's been deliberately bad faith before, or at least subconsciously bad faith. But how do you get Hasan literally saying, offensive propaganda message, and then you think he said, and he like snorted a little bit in amusement. He must be laughing at the 4 people that were killed and the 4 coffins that are being returned to Israel. Okay.
Propaganda message. Offensive propaganda message.
Hasan has it in his heart somehow to laugh at the coffins of 2 slain children at the hands.
I mean, dude, you can't make this shit up. Hasan's like, it's not even like Hasan just says, or like, and then lets the video keep playing. He literally repeats the line that he found amusing. He's like, offensive propaganda message. And then Ethan's like, I know you just explained what you're laughing at, but you were laughing at the coffins of these dead children. Yeah, and he left the whole clip out. That's a good point, too. I mean, we saw him play the rest of the clip on that podcast episode, and it's not much better when he leaves it in.
Of a violent terrorist organization. According to the forensic experts, the children were strangled to death, murdered at the hands of Hamas, likely because they didn't know how to take care of 2 young kids in captivity for 2 years. So instead of taking care of them, they chose to murder them.
Okay, so I don't know where Ethan's coming up with this. Hamas strangled them with their bare hands. Let me just look this up. Hamas strangled Bibis. Israel outraged over Hamas murders of Bibis family and humiliating treatment. This is a YouTube video. Body released by Hamas is Israeli hostage. Hamas releases remains of captive Shiri Bibis. Okay, so let's just take a look at this. Oh yeah, the Times of Israel. This is what I was looking at. The terrorists did not shoot the 2 young boys. They killed them with their bare hands. Afterward, they committed horrific acts to cover up these atrocities. This assessment is based on both forensic findings from the identification process and intelligence that supports these findings. We have shared these findings, intelligence and forensics, with our partners around the world so they can verify it. So this is the IDF spokesperson. There was a doctor that took a look at them and did a forensic analysis, and then there was also the IDF spokesperson. So the IDF said Friday that forensic examinations have revealed the Palestinian terrorists murdered children Ariel and Kafir Bebis with their bare hands. And and then so you have Hagari, who's an IDF spokesperson, and then there was also a doctor. So we can take a look at this BBC article. And by the way, Israel said that they shared the forensics, and they have not, at least not with the BBC. So Israel's forensic officials have confirmed a body handed over by Hamas on Friday is that of hostage Shiri Bibis, but have rejected Hamas's claims that she was killed by Israeli bombing. Dr. Chen Kugel, director of Israel's National Institute of Forensic Medicine, said an examination found no evidence of injuries caused by bombing. So I guess this was... So I guess the IDF took a look at the 2 children, and Dr. Chen Kugel of the Israel's National Institute of Forensic Medicine said that he took a look at Shiri Bibis, but they were not killed. He says they were not killed by bombing. Hamas has said that the children and their mother were killed by Israeli bombing without providing evidence. So neither side has provided evidence to the BBC. So we can take a look, and it says... On Friday, Israel said that the 2 children of Shiri Bibis had been killed with bare hands, and that evidence of this had been sent to Israel's partners around the world. The BBC has not seen or verified of this evidence. So, if you look up, did Hamas strangle the Bibis children? There's nothing. Ethan's just making that up out of whole cloth. Israel says that they killed them with their bare hands. They never said they strangled them. I don't know where Ethan's coming up with that. Like, we looked at the Times of Israel. It doesn't say anything about strangling. And I spent about 10 minutes researching this today, and I'm pretty confident in saying Ethan Klein just made that up out of whole cloth. And then he says that the reason they killed them is because they didn't want to take care of the children, which, once again, Hamas has gotten, like, hundreds of Palestinians out of the IDF, out of Israel, for each prisoner. And so, or each hostage. So each hostage is worth a lot to Hamas in captivity. So like we can think about it for a second, and it's like, okay, why would, even if Ethan's telling the truth, or even if Ethan's accurate about they killed these children because they didn't want to take care of them, why would the mother be killed? Why would the old man be killed? Why would the Palestinian woman's body be returned instead of Shiri Bibis's body? This is all consistent with the safe house which these hostages were being kept in got bombed, and some civilian, like some Palestinians, were also killed in the bombing, and their bodies were mixed up. Obviously, we don't have any evidence for this, and we really just have Hamas's word against Israel's word. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to immediately trust Israel's word on this matter. Why should we not trust Israel's word on this matter? Well, they have a history of lying about this. So we can take a look at the story of joint investigation finds. We can take a look at the assassination of Shireen Abu Akleh. Joint investigation finds Abu Akleh's killing deliberate. A joint probe by Forensic Architecture and Al-Haq uncovers evidence that an Israeli sniper repeatedly shot at Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. A joint investigation by a London-based multidisciplinary research group and a Palestinian rights group has uncovered further evidence that refutes Israel's account that the killing of veteran Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was a mistake. So they say it was a mistake, and they find that the Israeli sniper's precise angle of fire, and they concluded that the sniper was able to clearly tell that they were journalists in the area. It also ruled out the possibility of confrontations between Israeli forces and Palestinians in Jenin at the time of the attack. According to the investigation for which Al Jazeera provided material, the Israeli sniper shot for 2 minutes and deliberately targeted those who tried to rescue Abu Akleh. The sniper shot 3 times, releasing 6 bullets for the first time, then after 8 seconds, 7 more. One of these bullets was the one that killed Abu Akleh, hitting her just under the helmet. 2 minutes later, the sniper shot 3 more bullets to stop efforts from rescuing her. So he literally shot her and then also shot at people that were trying to rescue her. So why is this an example of a reason that you shouldn't trust Israel until you have like an actual independent analysis and investigation come in and verify Israel's story? Well, it's because Israel has a a history of lying about how many people they killed. So this is Ali Samoudi, a fellow Al Jazeera journalist who was accompanying Abu Akleh, was shot in the back during the incident but survived. He later alleged that Abu Akleh had been cold-bloodedly killed and that the IDF had continued firing while she was on the ground. On the other hand, the Israeli newspaper Haaretz reported that Israeli forces initially claimed that we don't think we killed Abu Akleh, blamed indiscriminate Palestinian gunfire as being the likely cause of her death. So the IDF literally blamed indiscriminate Palestinian gunfire when she got sniped by an Israeli sniper, and claimed that responsibility lay with Palestinian militants who opened fire on Israeli soldiers, leading to the soldiers returning retaliatory fire. Nevertheless, multiple eyewitnesses reported that the area was calm before her death, and they rejected the Israeli statements regarding her killing. 4 days later, the same newspaper quoted an Israeli official who admitted that an Israeli soldier opened fire about 190 meters away from Shireen Abu Akleh, and that he was sitting in a jeep armed with a rifle and telescopic lens, and he may have been the one who hit her. So this is just an example of Israel committing a war crime and covering its tracks for the war crime. Right now, it's like impossible to know how these people died, but like at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Except it matters for Ethan, because apparently this is Hamas propaganda for Hasan to laugh at the possibility that Israel killed its own hostages. And we can remember that Israel already killed its own fucking hostages. 3 hostages killed by Israeli soldier in Gaza were waving a white flag, Israel says. The Israeli soldier who shot and killed 3 Israeli hostages in Gaza City after mistakenly identifying them as a threat did not follow Israel's rules of engagement, an Israeli military official said Saturday. So it's like Israel has this pattern, this history of killing its own hostages, and the Bibis family is literally the most famous hostage family in Israel and around the world. So why, like, there is absolutely no incentive to say that, no, actually these the forensic analysis shows that they were killed in a rocket blast or killed in the rubble. There was no reason for that. And of course, Hamas has no reason to say that we killed them. So until there's an independent investigation, I'm just going to say that this is a case of he said, she said. I just can't bring myself to trust either of these groups. And does the circumstantial evidence weigh more in one favor or the other? I think the circumstantial evidence weighs way more than it in the explanation that Israel killed them, because Israel did indiscriminate bombing. Why the hostages are valuable to Hamas. I don't buy the idea that Hamas just killed the kids when also the parent and another old person and a Palestinian woman were killed. That seems like the death from an explosion. The fact that they didn't just execute the kids by like shooting them. The fact that Israel's saying that no, actually they killed them with their bare hands. Seems a lot like something that, and they didn't say they strangled them anyway. Like Ethan's lying and saying that they did say that the forensic analysis did suggest that the kids were strangled. So all of this makes me think that they were killed in an explosion and then crushed by rubble, but we don't know for sure. Brad Empanada. Okay. Let's continue this video. So anyway, Hasan laughing because of this offensive message, which is the most likely outcome of this, is Ethan takes to mean that that he's laughing at these kids being killed, which just shows how far gone Ethan is, saying that Hasan's laughing at Israeli hostages being killed now. Like, dude, Ethan probably actually thinks that Hasan would kill him. Like, I feel like that's the reason Ethan's not talking to Hasan anymore, because Hasan just hates Jews so much that whenever he sees a Jew, he wants to kill him. There's no other reason to genuinely think, like, the only reason Ethan has to say that Hasan is laughing at dead children is because he genuinely thinks that Hasan hates Jews that much, or he's just deliberately lying to try to show Hasan in as bad a light as possible.
The war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles from Zionist warplanes. What are we doing? There is no lie here. This is correct. The fuck?
Hasan wants us to believe that the only thing wrong with this is that they called him a Nazi, right? Obviously.
No, he doesn't, dude. He calls... Once again, man, Ethan's so lost in the sauce. Where does he come up with this shit? Like, that's not what Hasan said at all. He just said everything in there was correct. He's like, that's objectively correct. And Ethan's like, okay, well, Hasan thinks that, like, them calling them Nazis goes too far. Bro, what the fuck? They literally have concentration camps in fucking Israel right now. They're literally doing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. What? Okay. Like, dude, he's popping these thoughts into his head out of whole cloth. It's crazy. Like, it's honest. Like, I say crazy hyperbolically a lot, but this is actually crazy. Just inserting words and meanings into things that aren't there. Like, this is like schizophrenic type behavior.
It's the way that they're parading around this family of these murdered children, these innocent children. Can he...
Once again, when he says they're parading around the coffins, what does he mean by that? I want him to be more specific. Is it that they lined them all up onto a stage so they could have like a media opportunity? Like, that's what it is, right? It's a media opportunity. So you can see here they have the hostages, they have I don't know, it looks like they gave a speech with this table. They have missiles that they claimed Netanyahu did. They have the whole backdrop too. This is a media opportunity for them to give their message. So he doesn't want Hamas to have any type of media opportunity, okay? And then he says they're parading them around. Well, they have them on the stage, and then they're picking them up and bringing them to the Red Cross vehicles. Doesn't seem like they're doing a whole lot of parading. But yeah, Ethan just doesn't want Hamas to have any kind of like positive media whatsoever, because I guess he thinks that's anti-Semitic now. And once again, dude, you're saying this is disrespectful? This is literally what happens at funerals. Okay, and I know it's not a funeral, but I'm just trying to make the point that Hamas isn't treating these corpses any differently than any other culture in the entire world would when they're handling their dead.
Really not see the tastelessness in this? The disrespect? Take a look at his chat. It's no better. The truth is offensive. Hamas has the best fits. To the slain Israeli family, rip bozo. How do
What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Like, once again, he's like just inserting. He's just making stuff up to add it to this video to try to make Hasan look as bad as possible. Like, Hasan didn't say anything bad. He literally just went, and then read the line. Some guy writes "rip bozo" into the chat, and Ethan says to the, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Ethan says he just adds it. He just makes it up out of nowhere that the person saying "rip bozo" was referring to the slain Israeli family. Okay, so there's a few things wrong with it. One, that simply didn't exist, and I guess Ethan was too lazy to go back and look up the context for that comment, "rip bozo." Two, it's not even grammatically right. Wouldn't he say "rip bozos" if he's referring to multiple people? Like, it doesn't. Three, is that the worst you can find? Someone saying "rip bozo" in the chat, and he's like, look, to all of the Jews that have died, rip bozo. I mean, in his Friday episode, one of his producers was like, oh, I saw someone say Nosferatu with like N-O-S-E, Feratu. Like it's like they have big noses, get it? And then they looked in chat and they didn't say that at all. They literally just said Nosferatu because it's a vampire movie that came out recently and they painted Netanyahu to look like a vampire. They're like, oh my god, there's like anti-Semitic, there's just like anti-Semitic monsters hiding everywhere that we need to, like they're just making, dude, there's enough, like Elon Musk is literally sig-hailing, the entire Republican Party has just adopted the Nazi salute because they think it's funny, and you're making shit up to the, like he's just making shit up. This is not serving. Like, if Ethan's trying to fight against anti-Semitism, Asmongold literally, like last week, said that the Nazis in Nazi Germany burned like sexual health books or sexual education books because they were written in Jewish. And you have the fucking, and this is who you're choosing to target, dude? You're making shit up, saying that when Hasan laughs at like a narrator being a little bitch and being too sensitive about a slogan, he's actually laughing about dead children. When someone says "rip bozo" in Hasan's chat, Ethan just says, to the slain Israeli family, rip bozo. This is giving me real vibes of Ethan holding his phone up to the camera and saying, this is a real tweet, when he's pointing to a doctored tweet of bad empanada.
in this? The disrespect? Take a look at his chat. It's no better. The truth is offensive. Hamas has the best fits.
Bro, does it not? I'm getting, like, I told you, I'm going to be real petty in this video. Is anyone else getting vibes of like an old grandpa looking at Facebook? He's like, oh, look at this one. Rip bozo. Like, man, Ethan's just evolving. Once again, let's reset. Ethan said that Hasan is spreading Hamas propaganda. I guess watching the hostage release is spreading of Hamas propaganda. And then he's saying that his brazenness is elevating. So watching Hamas send like coffins to a Red Cross vehicle is spreading Hamas propaganda and elevating the brazenness of your actions. Okay, well, I guess we're only a quarter of the way done with this video. Maybe Ethan will turn it around and get back to his thesis.
To the slain Israeli family, rip bozo. How do I get that poster? They snapped on that. That mural kicks ass. Dude, it was a family. Correction, settlers. Implying that children born in Israel deserve to be slaughtered. Quote, their home. Implying that
I mean, I guess that's one way you can take it. Dude, it was a family settler. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that they're implying that, and especially since Hasan said that the settlers in Israel are not valid. Like, dude, Hasan has literally said the settlers in Israel are not valid military targets. They are real people. They experienced like horror on October 7th. Ethan is the one that said settlers in the West Bank are valid military targets. So what? He'd be fine with a baby born in the West Bank being killed by Hamas, or the Hamas version of the West Bank? Like, dude, let's just have some moral consistency. And this is the issue that supporting an ethno-state will get you. You either have to be pro-genocide or have all of these inconsistencies where you say, if you're like east of this arbitrary line that we just drew in the sand, then you're a valid military target. But if you're, basically helping enforce the occupation of Gaza and enforce the open air prison that Gaza exists under currently, as like living in a town that's bordering Gaza and reinforcing Israel's claim to having like a military buildup there because, oh, well, we have these towns here, so we really need a lot of soldiers to defend it. Then you're not a settler, I guess, because rules, I guess. Even if you're conservative, why support Ethan? Even if everything he says it's true, his politics are I don't care unless it affects me. Well, that's all conservatives, right? All conservatives are I don't care unless it affects me. But yeah, when we talk about Ethan Klein and his audience is really he's attracting a certain kind of audience. He's attracting people that hate Hasan. He's attracting people that love the fact that Ethan's attacking Hasan and Ethan's being a little drama bitch, which I guess is his entire channel. But eventually he's going to stop targeting Hasan, and then he's going to have isolated the progressives from his audience, and he's going to actually lose the people that were only there for the anti-Hasan drama. But maybe this will just become his entire show now, like shitting on the left, attacking Hasan, attacking pro-Palestinian advocates, being like a pro-Israel. Being a pro-Israel shill does have its benefits. And I just think it's so funny that he brings Lonerbox on his show to say that this is the better alternative to Hasan, when Lonerbox did a trip to Israel to basically pump out pro-Israeli propaganda. And now, a few months later, Ethan Klein is talking about going to Israel to do the exact same thing.
Children born in Israel deserve to be slaughtered. Quote, their home? Lol. It is their home. They were born there. Whose home are they in again? Their home? Yes, it's their home. They were born there. The mom was an IDF spy. They were not civilians, and they used their kids as human shields. I really don't even know what to say about that one. I might call this person schizophrenic, but I'm afraid this is just what happens to your brain when you watch Hasan for too long. Hamas is fucking based, and I'm tired of people pretending they're not. Again, this is just a few examples from the 30 seconds preceding Hasan's statement. I'll let the chat run for you at the end of the video, and you can take your time to read through it to see just how vile it is. You'll notice that there is overwhelming support for the propaganda.
Once again, man, if the worst you have is that people are pointing out the hypocrisy of saying that, let's just be honest, settlers were taken out of their homes, if that's the worst you have, that's not that bad. I mean, once again, you said people in the West Bank are valid military targets, so I guess I don't know what you're really complaining about, right? They're just valid military targets from a different point of view, from a certain point of view.
And for Hamas, and zero respect shown for the dead children. Notice here, however, that one...
I mean, this is really just what Ethan doesn't like. The fact that no one was literally crying because 4 dead bodies were returned to Israel. Okay, I think this really shows how just how departed Ethan is from this actual conflict, where he's tearing up over 4 people that were killed, and he's getting so emotional about these people that were killed, by Israel or Hamas in captivity. I mean, it's absolutely horrible. That's not like this is the darkest part. This is the darkest you can really get in humanity. Just getting captured, getting either bombed to death or killed, however the IDF claims Hamas did it. But if you are showing, if you're showing this much emotion for 4 people being killed, you are really not covering the atrocities that Israel is doing in Palestine whatsoever. And I think this is the big issue that I have with Ethan's coverage of this is, I mean, we'll see later on in this video, he always talks about how we need to support both sides and we need to have have our heart bleed for both sides of the conflict, because if you only care about one side of the conflict, then the conflict's never going to end. It's like, okay, have you looked at how many Palestinians have been killed? Because in your video, you said it was 40,000 Palestinians dead. The numbers I just looked up, it's like 48,175 officially dead, more being killed every day. Thousands, tens of thousands of people dead under the rubble of Palestine. I think that if Ethan was aware of all of this death and destruction, and he didn't just chalk it up and like bundle all of this, all of these atrocities up into one word of genocide, which he then uses to make jokes about how Hasan is unable to deal with his criticism. He literally uses genocide as a joke. If he was actually aware of all of this and he was forced to reckon with the facts rather than just being like, yeah, I know there's a genocide, I'm against that. I don't think Ethan understands the scale of the death and destruction that Israel has put out there, because if he did, I think he would have a different perspective on these 4 people that were killed. Once again, the 4 people that were killed, their deaths are completely and utterly tragic. But when you've been covering this genocide for as long as Hasan has, he's not going to be fazed by 4 coffins of people that were dead like 8 months ago. And you can call him callous if you want, but trying to say that he's anti-Semitic because he didn't shed a tear for this just shows how unequipped you are to actually cover this conflict. I mean, there's literally people dying every single day from Israel. In the West Bank, people are getting killed. There's no Hamas there. And Ethan simply will not bring himself to cover it. I don't even think he knows about it at all. But I mean, once again, he's not aware of the utter death and destruction, because where is his media diet coming from? His media diet is coming from Israeli news outlets that his wife is bringing him. So of course, he's just going to say, yeah, there's a genocide happening, and then leave it at that. But when 4 Israelis are killed, then cue the waterworks, because that's all that he's been told to care about. That's the only exposure to the actual death that he and his family have been getting. And unfortunately, he is an extremely bad person at covering the news, and so that's the only exposure to the death and destruction that his entire audience is getting. Because he does I think he does a really bad job of covering this conflict on his show.
Offended Hasan. Watch how quickly this gets moderated out of his chat.
Yeah, including Guardian, BBC, and other Western...
There it is. It's gone. Hasan claims he has no control over how his chat is moderated.
Bro, I like how Ethan shows this one random shitposter's comment getting deleted like it's a reasonable critique, or it's a good faith comment trying to get Hasan to engage in something. They just write defend it. What is there to defend, right? Is he saying defend the idea that Hamas was supposed to kill these people? Is he saying defend Israel's killing of these people? It's a completely meaningless and confrontational comment for no reason. It adds no value. Why is Ethan getting mad about that getting deleted? What would he want Hasan to do? Click on the comment and be like, defend it. Okay, defend what? Defend Hamas parading, in Ethan's words, parading these coffins into the Red Cross trucks? It's pretty easy to defend. It's like a media opportunity, and then they're putting them into trucks. Like, it's a completely valueless comment, and Ethan's freaking out about it getting deleted. Oh, someone was shitty in chat, and they banned him. Isn't Hasan horrible? Doesn't he censor himself?
Moderated, apparently. Yet, 90% of it is people celebrating the death of...
Bro, I got banned. Guys, I got banned from the H3 subreddit. I didn't post once. I didn't post a comment. I didn't click on anything. I never retweeted or reposted anything. I got banned from it because I was DMing people asking them if they wanted to participate in the debate with me. I'm like, hey, you posted about Hasan. Do you want to do a debate that I'm doing between Hasan fans and H3 fans? And I got fucking banned from that. And that's not a criticism of Ethan. I'm literally trying to engage the audience and give them a platform to talk about their ideas. And I got banned from the subreddit. Ethan is a mod on his subreddit. And he's getting mad about a random gray name chatter getting their comment deleted when it was like a distracting, detracting comment from the conversation. Like, dude, this guy is so fucking petty. He is so... I mean, once again, I fucking hate criticizing people for being hypocritical, but he is hypocritical, and he'll take the smallest thing to try to paint whoever's in his crosshairs as like a shitty person.
These kids, and the one person that has even the slightest bit of pushback is immediately moderated.
That's not pushback. That's literally not pushback. You can say that he was like trying to challenge Hasan, but that's not pushback. He just says defend it. Okay.
After laughing over the corpses of slain children, Hasan continues to guzzle Hamas propaganda, and this reaction that I can only describe as nauseating. Take a look.
Now let's take a look at how the hostages were released. I wonder if Western media will actually show the release videos, because there was some interesting sites that were disconcerting for the Israeli state and their project overall, but let's see.
Omer was among 6 released by Hamas in Gaza this morning. The 6 are the last living hostages to be returned in this ceasefire's first phase. The 22-year-old was paraded on stage. He'd been kidnapped from a music festival, and yet remarkably, he kissed 2 of the men who had been...
This sounds like some kind of nature documentary, where they're like, he'd been kidnapped from a music festival, and yet remarkably, he kissed 2 of the men on the face, on the head. This is an unseen interaction between humans. And watch as we approach closer and closer. We do not want to scare the Hamas fighter or the hostage.
I hope he said no homo after, bro. Straight up. Hey, Hasan, please give us your take. I mean, it's the same as the dudes who fucking dapped up the Hamas dudes. The dudes who dapped them up in the first ceasefire, do you not remember? And everybody freaked the fuck out about it. And they were like, oh, they must be drugged. Hamas is giving them drugs. And that's why they're dabbing them up. Hamas gave them the drugs that make you dab up Hamas. It turns out that there is a new, even scarier drug out there that Hamas has in their hands. It's called the drug that makes you kiss Hamas.
That drug is called a gun to your head. And it's so painfully obvious of a concept, I feel nauseated even having to say it.
Here you can see the head propagandist giving the hostage instructions. The hostage looks to his side to make sure he understands.
I love this play-by-play analysis from Ethan. I mean, dude, like, listen, was the guy forced to kiss him? Yeah, I think he was. Like, he literally said it. I mean, it's just funny that Ethan plays the clip of Hasan saying, like, oh, I hope he said no homo afterwards, because that's actually kind of a funny joke. But, yeah. Okay. Like, I'll give Ethan this point. Hamas did not give this guy a drug to make them kiss him. They told him to kiss the people.
Then the propagandist leans in to explain the strategy to the 2 terrorists on his left. And right on cue, the hostage leans in to kiss not one, but the two of them. It's clear to anyone with a functioning brain that this was not done out of affection for his captors.
Of course, we don't need to even look at the footage. Just ask the hostage what he thought. Here's the hostage who was kissing.
I mean, also, one thing to add to this is the documentary was literally like, remarkably, the hostage kissed his captors and then kissed another captor. And Ethan, I guess he's just like doing a character assassination on Hasan, but I mean, the way it was set up, the video made it look like it was a spur of the thing moment, right? The guy didn't say, and now one captor says to him that he has to kiss another captor. So, just saying, when Hasan watched that, he didn't have the context of the guy saying afterwards, yeah, they made me do it.
On the head. In Hebrew, it says, I had no choice. The dogs made me do it. Hasan thought this was such a great point. He even took to his Discord to share his thoughts. First, they had the drug that makes you dab Hamas. Now they have one that makes you kiss Hamas. I'm losing my mind. I don't.
Bro, Hasan's Discord profile picture is concerning. Like, he's got to change that, man. Yeah. I mean, what's the point here? Hasan watched a guy kiss someone and then made a joke about it and is like, oh, people are going to say that he was drugged and forced to kiss Hamas. I mean, which is true. When people have been released from Hamas prisons and then they're like, oh yeah, we weren't treated that badly. Israel does not like that at all. And so basically Hasan was just trying to say that there's going to be propaganda saying that like he was forced to do this, or counter propaganda essentially. It's literally just like a propaganda war. Ethan Klein's right about that. Like this is a propaganda war. But what, you're criticizing Hasan for consuming the Hamas propaganda? He also consumes Israeli propaganda too. I guess he could have been more critical and said, oh yeah, he's probably forced to do that. But it's not like, dude, Hasan has never, like Hasan doesn't say, oh yeah, it's a good thing to be a hostage and the hostages actually enjoy it. Like I know that he's made jokes saying that, oh, what's next? They're going to say, nah, I'm good, I want to be here. It's like, that's obviously a joke. I don't really have anything more to add on to this, but we'll continue this.
I don't know who else to share this info with. A good place to start would be a therapist. The next best place would maybe be the NSA. More excerpts from the hostages say that they were forced to drink seawater, that they were giving rotten food, and that they were held in cages. Or, as Hasan likes to call it, hospitality.
God.
What gracious hosts they are.
Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
Well, I'm happy that the content nuke was able to make its way around.
Okay, so we have to pause it there because, I mean, this is insane, man. So Ethan's saying that, like, Hasan, I guess, is just eating up Hamas propaganda. We can take a look at some more of the hostage conditions. So the initial 24 hostages were all reported to be in good condition. Later, it was reported that most were in good physical shape, but some had been ordered to remain in hospital. Female hostages testified that they were sexually assaulted and tortured by Hamas members who captured them. According to the Hostages and Missing Families Forum, female hostages were held in cages. Few of the released hostages have spoken of their experiences, but those who have recounted being kept in crowded spaces with little electricity and without mattresses. The hostages were fed in very sparse portions, with some being given a single piece of bread per day or small amounts of chicken, rice, bread, canned hummus, cheese, and tea. Some child hostages were reportedly forced to watch footage of the October 7th Hamas attacks. A 78-year-old released hostage told Channel 13, "We were okay." Ethan didn't play that clip of the 78-year-old talking to Channel 13. An 85-year-old woman stated to Time magazine, "Captives were treated well and received medical care, including medication. The guards kept conditions clean." The aunt of a released 12-year-old hostage said the child was beaten by Hamas fighters, adding that crying children were threatened with guns to be silent. According to a free-to-tie hostage, the Israeli hostages held with him were abused by their captors, being beaten including with electrical cables. He added that they were all underfed, generally being given one pita a day, and were only allowed to shower once during the almost 2 months they were held. According to the Israeli Health Ministry, some of the released elderly women had lost between 8 and 15 kilograms during their time in captivity. The uncle of 2 child hostages described them being branded with the exhaust pipe of a motorbike. in order to make it easier to recapture them should they escape, as well as being drugged. One of the hostages, Alma Avraham, went without her medication for 50 days. Upon her release, she was transferred to a hospital in a serious and life-threatening condition with a pulse of 40 and a body temperature of 28. According to her daughter, she was hours from death at the time she was released. During a reportedly contentious meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, one released hostage stated that the hostages were terrified that it would be not Hamas but Israel that would kill us. So, listen, was it a good stay? No, it was not a good stay. There was torture, there was sexual abuse, there was a lack of food, water, medication, the essentials. They were not able to shower. They were mostly starved. They were beaten. However, some people, sometimes they were not treated that badly. And as I said before, Hamas uses these prisoners as political bargaining chips. They're not going to try to kill their prisoners, and they do a lot of work to try to make sure they're healthy, even going so far as to get them medical care, feed them well. Obviously, there's a lot of torture happening too, so don't let that fool you. However, one thing that we need to take a look at is the treatment of hostages that Israel has. So where's this article that I had? Deaths of 2 Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails prove Israel's brutality, Hamas. Hamas condemns Israel for deaths that brought Palestinian prisoner death toll to 58 since genocide began in October 2023. So when Ethan Klein talks about how Hamas propaganda is infiltrating the West and Hamas has killed so many, or I guess the brutality of Hamas killing these 4 people with their bare hands, and I guess 6 that they executed in tunnels. 58 Palestinians have died in Israeli, basically concentration camps, since the genocide began in October 2023. Hamas accused Israel on Thursday of systematically abusing Palestinian prisoners following the deaths of 2 detainees from the Gaza Strip in Israeli prisons. The martyrdom of prisoners Mohammed Sharif al-Asali and Ibrahim Ashur in the occupation's prisons once again confirms the criminal brutality of Israel in dealing with detainees and its disregard for all humanitarian values and international laws. He contrasted Israel's treatment of Palestinian detainees with how Hamas handles Israeli prisoners, saying Palestinian resistance groups abide by international laws and ethical principles. Well, they treat prisoners basically the same way the United States treats its prisoners. Al-Qano urged human rights organizations to act urgently to protect Palestinian detainees from Israel's sadistic and racist policies. 3 Palestinian prisoner rights organizations confirmed Wednesday the deaths of al-Asali and Ashur. So, 2 Palestinians died. 58 detainees have died in Israeli custody, including 37 from Gaza, marking the deadliest period for Palestinian prisoners since 1967. So we have that. What's this article that I have? Released Palestinians describe worsening abuses in Israeli prisons. Frequent beatings, overcrowding, withholding of basic rations, released Palestinians have described to the Associated Press worsening abuses in Israeli prisons, crammed with thousands detained since the war in Gaza began 10 months ago. Israeli officials have acknowledged that they have made conditions harsher for Palestinians in prisons, with hardline National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir boasting that prisons will no longer be summer camps. Yeah, because I'm sure Israeli prisons were just a breeze before October 7th. 4 released Palestinians told the AP that treatment had dramatically worsened in prisons run by the ministry since the October 7th attacks that triggered the latest war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Some emerged from months of captivity emaciated and emotionally scarred. A 5th prisoner, Muazzaz Abat, was too weakened to detail his experience soon after his release in July, following 6 months at southern Israel's Nakab prison. Frail-looking and unable to focus, he could only muster the strength to speak for several minutes, saying he was regularly beaten. Now at home, the 37-year-old can hardly leave his armchair. Man, this guy's 37. At night, he hallucinates and stands in the middle of the house in shock or remembering the torment and pain he went through, said his cousin. Like many of the detained, he was put under administrative detention, a procedure that allows Israel to detain people indefinitely without charge. That's what I would call a hostage. The AP cannot independently verify the accounts of the prisoners, but they describe similar conditions even though they were held separately. While Abayat was only able to speak briefly, the other 4 spoke to the AP at length when one requested anonymity for fear of being rearrested. Their accounts match reports from human rights groups that have documented alleged abuse in Israeli detention facilities. Alarm among rights groups over the abuses of Palestinian prisoners has mainly focused on military facilities, a desert base where Israeli military have arrested 10 soldiers on suspicion of sodomizing a Palestinian detainee. The detention facility at the base has held most of the Palestinian season raids in the Gaza Strip since the war began. The soldiers, 5 of whom had been released, denied the sodomy allegation. Their defense lawyer has said that they used force to defend themselves against a detainee who attacked them during a search but did not sexually abuse him. Wow, that sounds really familiar. No, we didn't kill him. We were just defending ourselves. He attacked us first. The Israeli army says 36 Palestinian prisoners have died in military-run detention centers since October. It said some of them had previous illnesses or injuries caused to them as a result of the ongoing hostilities, without elaborating further. According to autopsy reports for 5 of the detainees, 2 bore signs of physical trauma such as broken ribs, while the death of a third could have been avoided if there had been greater care for his medical needs. So, I mean, they're literally just being killed in captivity. If we're talking about people being killed with their bare hands, or by bare hands, then these are people who died due to that. The reports were provided to the AP by Physicians for Human Rights Israel, an Israeli rights organization whose doctors preserved the autopsies. Why couldn't we have this organization do the forensic reports on the Bibas family? Facing calls to shut down the Sde Timon facility, the military has been transferring hundreds of Palestinians from the base to the prisons run by Ben-Gvir's ministry. Yo, do we have a majority report raid in here? Palestinian girl who broke down when they returned to their looted, vandalized home the other day. Ethan, anything? Alright, let's continue this. But according to Abayet and the others who spoke to the AP, conditions in those facilities are traumatic as well. Munther Amira, a West Bank political activist who was held in Ofer prison, said guards regularly beat detainees for punishment or often for no reason at all. He said he and 12 others shared a cell with only 6 beds and a few thin blankets. Freezing during the winter months, when prisoners had to go to the bathroom, they were handcuffed and bent over, and they were let outside for only 15 minutes twice a week, he said. Amir was held in administrative detention apparently over his Facebook post critical of Israel. I mean, man. Yeah, if we're talking about like the crimes that Israel arrests people for, Facebook post critical of Israel, and you're held for how many months? I don't know. They don't say how many months, but he's held in a prison for this many months. He lost 72 pounds during 3 months. He lost 72 pounds in 3 months because of Facebook posts. The treatment drove some to the edge. Amira recounted today when he and his cellmates watched through their cell window as another inmate tried to kill himself by jumping off a high fence. He said they banged on their door to get help. Instead, he said two soldiers with 2 large dogs entered the cell, bound their hands, lined them up in the corridor, and beat them, including on their genitals. He said that when he was first arrested in December, guards ordered him to strip naked and spread his legs, then beat him into submission when he refused. During the ensuing examination, one guard prodded his genitalia with a metal detector, he said. The National Security Ministry said in a statement to the AP that it was not aware of the claims of abuse from the 5 released men. It said it follows all basic rights required for prisoners, and the detainees can file complaints that will be fully examined. Sure. How many people have died in your prisons? 58? 58 Palestinians since October 7th have died in your prisons. Since war began, Palestinian prison population is nearly doubled to over 10,000, including detainees from Gaza and several thousand people seized from the West Bank and East Jerusalem, according to Hamoked, an Israeli rights group that gathers figures from prison authorities. All former detainees who spoke at length said hunger was perhaps their greatest challenge. Breakfast was 9 ounces of yogurt and a single tomato or pepper shared among 5 people. Ramallah based retired Arabic language professor also held that over. He too said he was interrogated over his social media posts. I mean, man, yeah, these prison conditions are fucking horrible. And then we can also take a look at this other article. 54 Palestinian detainees died in Israeli custody since Gaza war. According to Palestinian figures, 291 detainees have died in Israeli custody since 1967. At least 835 Palestinians have also been killed and 6,700 others injured by Israeli army fire in the occupied West Bank. And this is before they actually invaded the West Bank. In November 2024, the criminal court issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. And then, they also face genocide. Also, if you speak out about your captivity in Israeli prisons, you can be recaptured. So that's fun too. So anyway, what's the point of this? Well, the point of it is that Ethan Klein is only telling one side of the story. And of course, it's horrible that Hamas kept these people. They're innocent people. And they ended up dying in custody. They ended up dying in Hamas's custody. But when you are not explaining why they had them and the horrible conditions that Israel keeps its hostages in, and the idea that you need to do hostage exchanges to get these people out, because that's the only political power that Hamas has, is historically they've gotten people out of prison by doing hostage exchanges. You're doing a disservice to your audience, and you're just spreading misinformation. And then ultimately, it's not, if it's too much Hamas propaganda for Ethan Klein, if you are watching coffins being carried into the Red Cross, and then you are saying that you're laughing at saying that Netanyahu killed them and that's offensive, and you're laughing at that notion, then there's no anti-Israel action you can ever take or any claim you can say that would be enough for Ethan. It would either be too pro-Hamas or you're being anti-Semitic.
Around and really influence people's thoughts on the matter. I am disheartened to see that Hasan is still spreading, without any care in the world, disgusting, violent, anti-Semitic Hamas propaganda that dehumanizes.
Yeah, I really feel like we should get a bingo card. Every stream, it's does Ethan Klein call something anti-Semitic? So what was anti-Semitic? Hasan snorting at the idea that saying Netanyahu killed him was offensive? Was it Hasan saying that Hamas has a drug to make the hostage kiss them or dab them up? Or is it Hasan making a joke saying oh, never mind, I'll go back there, the conditions weren't that bad, when there were actual interviews from people saying they treated us well, or we were fine? That's all of that shit is anti-Semitic, I guess.
Israelis and delegitimizes their suffering. As I said in the content nuke, we must always Israelis and delegitimizes their suffering.
Okay, so I guess the delegitimization of Israelis' suffering is anti-Semitic now. And just once again, it's does Hasan talk about the hostages and say that they're all fine? No, he doesn't. The instances that Ethan shows are jokes. Of course, Hasan doesn't think that the hostage actually likes Hamas, or I don't know, maybe he does, but he doesn't think that the hostage wants to live with Hamas for good. It's can I stay with you guys? It's choosing a parent in a divorce. Hasan doesn't actually think that, so he's not saying they're having fun, right? He's not delegitimizing the suffering of these people. He's just talking about the Israeli propaganda about the hostages, saying oh, now there's a drug that makes people love Hamas.
As I said in the content nuke, we must always keep the plight of the Palestinians at the front of our mind. The point that I've made that is consistently lost on Hasan is that we have to care about everyone. You have to show empathy for both sides. You can't laugh over the coffins of slain Israeli children.
Once again, he wasn't laughing at Ethan says, over the coffins. He wasn't physically there. He wasn't laughing about the slain Israeli children. Really, what Ethan Klein is trying to say here is that Hasan didn't break down in tears at the sight of 4 people being handed over to the Red Cross, or 4 remains being handed over to the Red Cross. And also when he says we need to understand each other to get this conflict to end, that's an insane thing to say. People understand Israelis. People understand the Israeli far-right expansionist colonial government. Understanding them is just the beginning. That's not the end of the conflict. That's not how you solve the conflict. That's how you begin to address the conflict. No, we understanding is not going to end this. What's going to end this is the United States putting its foot down and saying no more. And unfortunately, we have a president that makes that extremely unlikely to occur. Yeah, that's also a good point, man. When he's talking about, that's a good point, Eliza. He's talking about the Palestinian plight. What's causing the Palestinian plight, right? He makes it sound like they are experiencing a natural disaster, and it's such a shame. We need to keep the Palestinians at the top of our mind because it's just like the wildfire that I went through. They really need a lot of help. Okay, how can we cease the suffering of the Palestinians? Maybe do a ceasefire? It's like the onus, the agency is never on Israel. The agency's on Hasan, ironically enough. They're talking about how Hasan, like, oh, now that Trump's in office, Israel can do whatever it wants. Okay, so Israel has no agency in that situation. Hasan allowed Trump to get into office, which allows Israel to do whatever it wants. So it's Hasan's fault, actually. It's like the agency is never on Israel. We need to keep the plight of the Palestinians in the front of our mind. Really? Okay. Let's take a look. Let's see how many videos on Palestine Ethan's made. So we can take a look and we search up Palestine. Oh, we have an anti-Zionist video. And then we also have a Twitch says Zionist is now a slur. So another anti-Zionist video. Really keeping the plight of the Palestinian people at the top of your mind there, Ethan. Let's take a look and search Israel. Oh, another anti-Zionist video. Oh, another anti-Twitch video, anti-Hasan, anti-Ludwig, anti-Zionist, and then Triller owner messed up big time. That's interesting. Maybe this is, it's like, dude, you are not keeping, like, listen, this is another point that I wanted to make. Ethan Klein is not keeping the Palestinian plight, as he puts it, at the top of his mind. Interesting that he won't say the word genocide, but we'll table that for now. Ethan Klein loves to say that Hasan is avoiding criticism of himself by bringing up the genocide that's happening. How can I be criticized? I can't address any of the criticism. There's a genocide that I need to cover. I can't address any of it at all. Ethan, and then he says that, you know, he's using the genocide as a shield. Cue the punchline of Ethan saying genocide in like a creepy whispery voice in his nuke video over and over again. Ethan Klein will bring up Palestinian death and destruction whenever he wants to run defense for Israel, or whenever he wants to criticize people for criticizing Israel too much. So he criticizes Hasan for not crying about hostages, and then says, I care about Palestinians, but why can't Hasan care about hostages? It's like, okay, do you care about Palestinians? Because you didn't talk about any of the tragedies or horrors that Palestinians are experiencing in your entire video. You didn't say, and I do care about Palestinians, and Israeli jails are also extremely atrocious, and they have war crimes happening in Israeli prisons too. You didn't say that, like, and Israel should release all of the hostages they have because that's why Hamas picked up hostages to try to do a hostage negotiation and get people that have been imprisoned without trial in Israel released. You didn't say that. You didn't even say, even if Israel did kill them, like, even if they were killed by Israel, Hamas, like, both sides are at fault. Hamas shouldn't have picked them up. Israel shouldn't have been bombing indiscriminately. You never said that. So the only time Ethan actually talks about the plight of the Palestinians is to give himself an excuse. to run defense for Israel. He has no criticisms of Israel whatsoever, except, one more time, the vague, vacuous genocide that's happening. It's in there somewhere. So yeah, Ethan doesn't do pro-Palestinian stuff, or he'll use the genocide that's happening to criticize people like Hasan for saying that, like, oh well, he didn't vote for Kamala Harris, so he's actually to blame. I've done more Palestinian advocacy by voting for Kamala Harris than Hasan has his entire life.
Because they're Israeli. Peace has about everyone. You have to show empathy for both sides. You can't laugh over the coffins of slain Israeli children because they're Israeli. Peace has never felt further away when people like Hasan are turning people against each other, fomenting hate, disinformation, while supporting radical, reactionary terrorist organizations. Peace happens when both sides.
Okay, so Hasan's not supporting radical terrorist organizations. He is in support of the leaders of Hamas getting tried in the International Criminal Court, just as he's in support for the leaders of Israel getting tried. What he does do is recognize just the facts of the matter, that if you have oppression, there's going to be violent resistance against it. That's what he recognizes. He's not in support of that violent resistance any more than he is in support of the violent oppression. He would like both of these to go away, which is why he's an advocate for the one-state solution. He is not an advocate in violence, dude. Ethan's more of an advocate for violence because, once again, he supports the settlers getting killed, and he supports a two-state solution because he loves apartheid. And he loves ethno-states. He loves Jewish ethno-states. Hasan is spreading hate and misinformation that is rich, coming from Ethan Klein. The entire channel that Ethan Klein has been devoted into a Hasan snark channel for the last 4 months of Ethan's life. His video was he just lies so much. He's lied so often in this video that we've just been watching. In his content nuke, he lies. In his daily podcast, he lies as well. So when he talks about spreading hate or misinformation, holy shit. All right. Okay, let's just do this right now. Who is spreading hate? I'm in the H3 Snark, or I'm in the H3 Productions, which is just renamed to Hasan Snark. Okay, so anti-Hasan post, anti-Hasan post, anti-Frogan post, anti-Hasan post, anti-Hasan post, pro-guacamole post, anti-Frogan post, we're all colonizers, anti-Hasan post. This is a anti-Hasan post pretty much because it's talking about Ethan Klein supporting genocide. This is anti-Will Smith, which is fine, anti-Hasan post, anti-Hasan post. Dude, this is just the top post. I didn't search Hasan or anything. I literally just went to the homepage. This isn't even a time capsuled at all. This is just their actual page right now. Anti-Hasan post, anti-Hasan post. Hasan has time to play boycotted genocide funding game during genocide. This is an Olivia post, Hasan post, avocado post, Hasan post, Hasan post, Hasan post, Hasan post, Hasan post, Pope. Okay, I think we can. What is this? Is this a joke? What is happening? Okay, so this is an inside joke. All right, we can leave it at that. But yeah, who's spreading hate, Ethan? Bro, you're literally conditioning your audience to hate Hasan whenever he brings up Hamas or criticizes Israel, because apparently you can't criticize Israel because the way to peace is to understand people and not criticize people. Okay, bro. And Hasan is trying to help people, or trying to raise awareness for genocide that's happening.
See each other as human, recognize the humanity in each other. That's when we come together and find peace. Hasan is doing the opposite. During the
I also love how Ethan thinks that Hasan is personally responsible for this genocide occurring. I mean, obviously he's talked about the way that Hasan didn't vote for Kamala Harris, according to Ethan. But also, further than that, it's the rhetoric that Hasan's putting out, making people not see the humanness of Israelis. Hasan's not letting people see the humanness of Israel. He's not humanizing Israelis enough. Ironically, this is exactly what Hasan did with Rashid al-Haddad, who was the Yemeni teenager that Hasan interviewed, which, sorry, this freeze frame is fucking hilarious. But Hasan, his explicitly stated purpose for interviewing that Yemeni teenager was to humanize them. Hasan covers Palestinian death because he's trying to humanize the Palestinians and not allow people in the West to just push them all into one basket and be like, oh, that's just Hamas. It's the young people are just they're just supportive of Hamas because Hamas knows how to control the media. It's all Hamas propaganda, which is exactly what Ethan's doing. So Ethan's dehumanizing Palestinians in the same breath that he's saying we need to humanize each other. And when Hasan humanizes a Yemeni teenager, Ethan says that, oh, well, he posted death to all Zionists on Twitter, so that makes him a terrorist, and we should completely, excise him from public life. That's a nice way of putting it.
This war, Hasan has poisoned the minds of many young people with the idea that Israelis are evil.
Oh yeah, this was the other thing that I was talking about. So even if this is true and Hasan makes people think that all Israelis are evil, which he literally does the opposite of. He will literally say, no, I don't think that all Israelis are valid military targets. They're people too. That's why I want a one-state solution. Hasan will literally say the opposite, but let's live in Ethan land for a second, and it's the opposite of reality. Okay, Hasan says all Israelis are evil. How the fuck is that perpetuating this conflict? What? It's fucking insane, dude. Hamas has been willing to accept a ceasefire agreement for months now, almost years, 9 months. It's Netanyahu and the genocidal Israeli government that have continuously rejected doing any kind of dealings with Hamas. So much so that the only reason we got the ceasefire in the first place is because Trump basically said, if you do a ceasefire, I'll let you annex the West Bank. And Netanyahu's like, okay, that's too good of a deal. I guess I'll do a ceasefire. And even that was pulling teeth. The fucking sweetest deal that Israel, at least the colonial Israelis, could ever ask for. And even that was pulling teeth, getting them to stop killing Hamas for 6 weeks, or killing Palestinians for 6 weeks. They couldn't even stop killing Palestinians for that long. And so what did they do? For every prisoner they release into Gaza, they capture one in the West Bank. It's almost a 1-to-1 number of the amount of Palestinians released to taken hostage from the West Bank. They do an ethnic cleansing in West Bank while they have a ceasefire agreement in Gaza, and they're setting up for a massive incursion into Gaza to finish their ethnic cleansing there. Okay, so Ethan somehow thinks that Hasan dehumanizing Israelis is responsible for the perpetuation of this conflict. I just want you guys to let that sink in for a bit. Hasan, and again, we're living in Ethan's world, so this is not true whatsoever. Hasan says Israelis are all evil. People eat that, Hasan's viewers eat that up, and they repeat that propaganda. How exactly is that making this conflict continue? Because America's supporting Gaza, and Gaza is refusing to do a ceasefire with Israel? And the only reason America's supporting Gaza is because Hasan is dehumanizing Israelis? Oh wait, no, that's the exact fucking opposite. Palestinians are being dehumanized in the media. They're literally being called human animals by Yoav Gallant, who Ethan says was a great guy. Palestinians are being dehumanized in the media every day. You can just look at the basic language they use. They say that the hostages that Hamas has are hostages, whereas the hostages that Israel has, once again, taken without doing any crimes. They have no due process done whatsoever. They're tortured just as much, if not more, than the hostages being held in Gaza are. But they're prisoners, they're detainees, because Israel is a civilized state and Hamas is this barbaric, backwards, anti-LGBTQ, is like anti-Semitic state that needs to be exterminated. It's in the very language that news organizations use to cover this conflict, the dehumanization of Palestinians. Palestinians are the ones being dehumanized. Israel, the United States, is supporting Israel, and Israel is the one refusing to do a ceasefire agreement with Hamas. Israel is the one refusing to even negotiate about extending the ceasefire agreement that they were forced into. Israel is the state that is so bloodthirsty and genocidal that they can't even stop ethnic cleansing for 6 weeks without sending tanks into the West Bank to ethnically cleanse another group of Palestinians out of their land. Okay, so even if we grant that Hasan was completely sucking off Hamas's cock and was dehumanizing Israelis the way a Nazi would in the 1940s, Ethan's assessment of this situation, that is somehow perpetuating this conflict, doesn't hold any water whatsoever. He's literally existing in the opposite of reality. He is the one dehumanizing both Israelis and Hamas, ironically, because he says that the settlers in the West Bank are valid military targets. He says that every Zionist is an Israeli and every Israeli is a Jew and every Jew is a Zionist. That's a complete flattening of that situation. Then he looks at Hamas. He says Hamas is barbaric. He says Hamas is parading these Israeli coffins around. He says Hamas is controlling the media. And then he looks at Hasan, who says that, no, like, Palestinians are real people, Israelis are real people. And he thinks that, no, he just wants Israelis to all die. He thinks that all Israelis are evil. And actually, because of that thought, the conflict is continuing. It makes absolutely no sense. Every single step in this logic chain is the complete opposite. It's completely inverted.
They are all valid military targets, that the babies are settlers. And this is the result: laughing over the coffins of slain children, unable to spare a mote of dust of empathy for innocents that were killed in Israel. And just like a radical extremist in Israel that says all Palestinians are valid military targets, which I would condemn 1,000,000 times, and I cry and my heart bleeds for all the innocents that are dying in Gaza. Why can't you do the same?
I thought you were going to play Hasan's chat afterwards. Another lie. Oh no, a liberal.
There is some poetic
just kidding. BTC is fine when it comes to liberals. I just want to run this back because Ethan thought he was really cooking at the end, and just once again, what he says makes no sense whatsoever.
Children, unable to spare a mote of dust of empathy for innocent.
Bro, I mean, you played 20 seconds of Hasan. How the fuck do you know if he was like, oh, this is bad, this is a bad thing or not? You played 20 seconds. But yeah, it's a mode of empathy. And of course, Ethan has empathy for the Palestinians because he told you he has empathy for the Palestinians. Come to think of it, he hasn't really covered the Palestinians at all, except for that one episode of Leftovers. He like started crying. Yeah, he doesn't really cover the Palestinians at all. And when Aaron Bushnell self-immolated, he laughed at it, actually. Doesn't seem like Ethan's very willing to understand the opposite side in this conflict. Maybe he's the reason this conflict is continuing. And I'm just bullshitting. I'm just trying to like reflect this logic back upon him. But okay, we're gonna end it with this. It's just like Ethan is a creative writing major or like an English literature major, and this is how he signs off.
That were killed in Israel. And just like a radical extremist in Israel that says all Palestinians are valid military targets, which I would condemn a million times, and I cry and my heart bleeds for all the innocents that are dying in Gaza. Why can't you do the same? Hi again, everyone. I'm back.
So he's like, why can't Hasan also have his heart bleed for the innocent Palestinians dying in Gaza?
Innocents that were killed in Israel. Then Hasan is doing the opposite. During this war, Hasan has poisoned the minds of many young people with the idea that Israelis are evil, that they are all valid military targets, that the babies are settlers. And this is the result: laughing over the coffins of slain children, unable to spare a mote of dust of empathy for innocents that were killed in Israel. And just like a radical extremist in Israel that says all Palestinians are valid military targets, which I would condemn a million times, and I cry and my heart bleeds for all the innocents that are dying in Gaza. Why can't you do the same?
It's just so funny. He thinks that it's like a good point, but you're literally asking, why can't your heart bleed for the innocents dying in Gaza? And are you like, that's a massive part of what Hasan's been covering, the innocent people dying in Gaza. It's just confusing, man. I have to go meditate and be a better person. Wow, way to rub it in, Pika. I'm starting to hate Ethan like I hated Kissinger. At least he's not planning a vacation on them. Esben, I keep thinking your name is Esteban. Like Ethan ruined it for me. VPN sponsorship. I want my heart to bleed for Ethan. I would condemn a million times, but yet he is not. Yeah, what? Like, dude, this is the thing. He doesn't actually. He doesn't use his words well. Like, he's not saying anything. Just like if we just break down the sentence, just like an Israeli settler would say all people in Gaza are valid military targets, or I guess he said like an Israeli radical in Gaza are valid military targets, my heart would bleed for them. Like, what is the syntax of that sentence? He can't really. Did we watch this already? Talking about the recent hostage exchange, the Reddit situation. Oh yeah, the recent hostage exchange was crazy. What episode was this? 4 days ago? What's the most recent episode? Thought I listened to a bit of this. Mode of dust, creative writing. I can't handle this anymore. First, let's go to the. I might visit Israel. I just want to put this into perspective. You're a German living in America during World War II, and you see a lot of German hate, and you're like, you guys are a little bit too pro-German. I mean, it's not even a good comparison, because there actually was a lot of German hate, and there's no German hate in Israel. But like, you're like, oh, you guys are being too anti-German. Like, let's chill out there. You're saying every German is evil. Can't we have a nuanced perspective on this, guys? Actually, I'm gonna go over to Germany and explain how the Jews in Germany aren't being persecuted at all. I know that like outside of Germany, there's like concentration camps in Poland and in Russia. And, you know, the way they treat the Jews there is horrible. But within Germany, the Jews are treated well. That's what Ethan's entire fucking plan is. I'm going to go visit Israel. I gave up on trying to hear H3. It sounds like Destiny talking to Norm Finkelstein.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel. Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I kind of remember this now because I like perused through it. They're about to bust out the Andrew Tate defense. If you didn't see it with your own two eyes, how can you be confident that it exists? Hila and Ethan are going to be like, well, he's never even been to Israel. Has he even gone to the Middle East at all? He's not a true Arab. Like, they're about to bust out, if I didn't see it, like, pics or it didn't happen, bro.
Racist,
crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
I've always wanted to go on Birthright. Never.
Oh man, Zach needs to come with us. Zach needs to come as one of our kids.
You want?
I'm Zach Klein. Hi, how you doing?
Yeah. Young Zachariah. But I want to show you guys Tel Aviv. Yeah, that's
Bro, it's so fucking gross. Like, also, this is hilarious. Ethan's like, oh, I don't think he says it in this episode, but in the next episode, he talks about how, Palestinians living in Israel have the full rights as everyone else. And he just got through his producer saying, I want to visit there on Birthright. That's an explicitly Jewish tradition and system that they've set up to let Jews, like, immigrate into Israel easier, literally to indoctrinate Jews, because they want it to be an ethno-state. Also, dude, it's so fucking gross to sit through like 15 months of genocide that Israel's carrying out and then say, I've always wanted to go there on Birthright. Like, guys, Zach might be my least favorite cast member. He might be my least favorite cast member because at least Ethan has the fucking wherewithal to say that, oh, I want to go and disprove these myths that Hasan's talking about. He at least acknowledges that there's like bad narratives about Israel. Zach doesn't even understand the criticisms of Israel and the way that people have like been indoctrinated into Israel due to their birthright citizenship, and then have kind of like broken out of that indoctrination and have talked about how Israel uses that as propaganda for Israel. And Zach still fucking wants to go there on Birthright.
I love it.
Base?
I would be like, yo, I'm going to Israel in June.
Base?
Base?
Okay, fuck
I hate it so much.
Fuck that. Okay, let's watch. Wait, streamed 4 days ago, 8 days ago. Wait. Oh, here it is. Streamed 1 day ago.
Did that because they were like, we just hired you to be an actor.
Who's that?
Wait. Morpheus was gonna be Val Kilmer? No, yeah. Kill me, more like.
All right, chat. Is there any part of this that I should watch? I had a dream about the H3 podcast. Mike from PA didn't get the joke. Oh yeah, that's where he pretended to take a lot of pills. Man, Ethan's so funny. He should pretend to like shoot him. Should just pretend to shoot himself in the head next. Like, pretending to do suicide is really funny. That's such a funny joke. Jay Shetty avocado introduction. Brief talk about Hasan's tweets. Yeah, this was kind of funny. There's a book called Reclaiming Judaism from Zionism written by Jewish folks that went on Birthright. Yeah, you know what? I want to, let's see. Giancarlo. Oh, Gianmarco. Birthright. This guy did a Stumping the Rabbi. This guy did a
You may have seen him on True TV, or you may have seen him headline last week at Caroline's for the first time, which is very exciting. Please welcome Gianmarco Sorese.
My name is Gianmarco Sorese, which is not a typical Jewish name, but that's because I'm Italian Jewish, or a matzah pizza, as some say. Now, others say pizza bagel, but I prefer the term matzah pizza. Although, given really how little Italian I am, it would be more fair to call me a matzah with a little dipping bowl of ragu on the side. It was more a branding decision by my mildly Italian father. So my mother's maiden name is Rothkrug, and she's the one who's Jewish. She grew up in Little Israel, Long Island.
I think this is his earlier stuff.
When she was 12, her parents presented two options to her. They said, you can either have a really big bat mitzvah or a really big sweet 16. And she chose the latter, and that was the end of my Jewish heritage. I mean, we still celebrated, the major holidays, Hanukkah and Passover, and I have found many afikomen. But growing up, I didn't identify as a Jew, really. I didn't have a bar mitzvah. I didn't go to Hebrew school. I was a Jew in nose only, I would say. But then a couple years ago, a friend told me about
Bro, you can tell that this stuff is a little rough.
the Birthright trip. And I'm sure many of you know about it, but if you don't, so Israel does this thing where just because you're Jewish, they will pay for a full 2-week vacation to Israel. Room, board, activities, which felt kind of fishy. It's just like, if you just imagine for a second, like if the Catholic Church started offering free 2-week vacations to the Vatican, I'm not gonna send my kid on that trip, you know? I'm just saying there's no such thing as a free birthright, okay? And my friends, they warned me, they said, look, this is all gonna be propaganda.
Fine, you guys want me to draw? God damn.
And I had my own complicated feelings about Israel and about Judaism. I mean, some of the things I've read about the Hasidic community just here, oy maron, it makes me very upset. But on the other hand, it was free. And I also, I was 25 at the time, and I really was at a stage in my life where I wanted to connect to my Jewish roots, because it's like, other than being Jewish, what am I? I'm a straight white male. And any groups formed around that fact, they tend to be hate groups. And that's just not my scene, personally. So I applied, because not everyone gets in. But my application was basically a phone interview, and this is verbatim how that interview went. They said, who's Jewish? My mom. Did you have a bar mitzvah? No. How often do you go to temple? 5 times. This year? My whole life. Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? And that's where they try to get you. True, they try to catch you. Like you would do in middle school to see if someone had a crush on someone else. You'd be like, just answer, don't think, the sky is blue. A cow goes moo. You're not a Jew. Shit! Don't fall for that, and you're as good as Gelt, I promise. So I passed the test, and me and a bunch of other New York Jews schlepped all the way to Israel. And let me tell you, this trip, I was not untouched. Okay, it means disappointed. I don't know if you paid attention earlier. It was a good trip. All I'm saying is, like, it was an amazing trip. I rode a camel. I ate some of the best hummus of my life. I floated in the Dead Sea, and I even finally got my bar mitzvah. So what happened is our tour guide for this whole trip was actually a Hasidic rabbi named Shlomo. Yeah, the real name. Yeah, and Shlomo looks like Shlomo sounds. He was like 6 feet tall. He was 6 feet wide. It's like if Frosty the Snowman, instead of a snowman, he was a matzo ball, and he just put on the hat and he came to life. That's who Shlomo was. What was amazing about Shlomo is he grew up like me. He grew up like a not really a practicing Jew, and then he went on his birthright trip and decided to become Orthodox. That's how good this trip is. Like, I'm sure he was just like eating some of that hummus, and he was like, I could grow my sideburns out. I could wear a coat all summer long. That seems like a good idea. So early on in the trip, what happened is we went to the Western Wall. And, the men and the women separated. There's a divider, but then we all sang. And
I draw a mouse. What is going on with Bad Empanada? Ethan's trying Bad Empanada. Oh, man, that's great. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Goddamn. Okay, real quick diversion from Jean-Marco. He was like, oh, yeah, he said something about, like, Bad Empanada's ugly, which I just thought was so funny. Let's see. Oh, they're having an Instagram war. Yeah, why did he just say the Bad Empanada's ugly? That was so funny. Oh no. Oh yeah, this one. Ethan is a meek little bitch, and everything he says and does is because he's terrified of his wife leaving him, and is desperate to stay in line with her whims. She's the only woman. She's the only woman to ever pretend to like him, and it's just pathetically obvious what's going on. God damn, bro. Bad Empanada is so cutting sometimes. He goes so hard sometimes. How you gonna talk shit while looking like this? Bro, Ethan, that's not a good rebuttal. Dude. He said your wife is the only woman who's ever pretended to like you. And then Ethan says, yeah, well, you're ugly. Oh, okay. I mean, I think Ethan has poor self-esteem when it comes to his physical appearance. He literally said like Hasan is the attractive person in the attractive meme, or that meme where it's like an attractive guy talking to a woman in the office, and then Ethan's the ugly guy that talks to the woman, and he says the same thing, but she calls HR. Like, dude, that's not a good rebuttal when he calls you fucking ugly, and your wife is the only woman that's ever pretended to like you. All right, well, the quoted picture makes BE look awesome. I mean, he looks unhinged, which is an accurate depiction of his content. Okay, what happened? What happened to my video? Oh, here we go. Almost done.
Danced, and some people told a prayer at the wall. I didn't do it because it felt like if I did it would be sacrilegious. I don't know. It didn't feel comfortable. But as we were leaving, Shlomo said to me, "Oh, Gianmarco, you never had a bar mitzvah. Do you want one right now?" And I was like, "Why the hell not?" Like, 25 seemed like a good time to become a man. And so he gathered everyone around, and obviously it was a speed bar mitzvah, but we covered all the major points, cha-cha slide, electric slide, baby got back. That's a joke. But he told a little prayer, and then someone even found a chair. I don't know where they got it from, but I got to do the thing where I sat in the chair, and they lifted me up, and I remembered when that was happening that when I was in college, there was this acting professor that I loved him. I just thought he was this great teacher, and he would do this thing to break fast on Yom Kippur. He would have all the Jewish students to his house, which was exciting when a teacher brings you to the house. You're like, oh, you're a person. And he would have all the Jewish students to his house to have this amazing meal, but he never invited me. And it was horrible because it felt like I wasn't practicing, but this is who I am. But when I was there and I was just like getting bounced up and down in that chair, and I'd just been bar mitzvahed at the Western Wall, I was like, you know what? Fuck that professor. I'm a fucking Jew. I'm a fucking. Second they set me down, I went to that fucking wall and I said a fucking prayer. For the rest of the trip, I embraced it. I leaned in. I listened to all the lectures as intently as possible. I went to a mikvah. I had sex with an Israeli soldier. I did Israel. I really did it.
I did Israel.
And the last day of the trip was a Friday, so we had this epic Shabbat dinner. I mean, it was amazing. The Manischewitz was flowing, and I think they had run out of activities, frankly, because at the end of it, Shlomo announced to everyone. He said, "Okay, what we're going to gather everyone in the common area, and we're going to play I call Stump the Rabbi, where you can ask me anything you want about Hasidic Judaism." But what Shlomo didn't know is that when I play Stump the Rabbi, I play to win. So he gathered us all in the common area. He opens the floor to questioning. My hand shoots up, but he calls on this girl named Lisa instead. And Lisa was like, if anyone's going to convert to Orthodox after this trip, it's Lisa. And then Lisa's like, okay, Shlomo, why do you separate the meat from the dairy? Which felt like a real softball, I was like, what do you think, this is a fucking game? Come on, Lisa. So Shlomo answered, and I don't know what he said. I wasn't paying attention, but the moment his lips stop moving, my hand shoots up again. He says, Gianmarco, the bar mitzvah boy. And I was like, stop blowing smoke up my ass, Shlomo. Answer me this. How do Hasidic Jews feel about homosexuality? Yes, the room made a similar sound. And then Shlomo explained for the next 20 minutes to a group of liberal New York Jews that when it comes to homosexuality, Hasidic Jews, they're not going to have a float in the parade. Not a fan. And I'm listening to this very convoluted answer. I'm hearing all these grumblings around me. And so I just do one more question just to finish him off. I say, and also, why can't a woman become a rabbi? And that's when Lisa joins in. That's when Lisa, she goes, yeah, why can't a woman become a rabbi? And then it's just chaos. People are screaming. They're crying. Shlomo is speechless. So I think it's fair to say, I won. I stumped the rabbi. Guys, thank you very much.
Anyway, so Gianmarco, he's obviously anti-Zionist, but hey. All right. Okay, let's continue this.
Jalapeno.
Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. It's like the type of brainwashing that they do on these birthright trips. Just like inundate you with culture, fun times, bring you around this like life formative experience. And you obviously that's going to impact you greatly, especially like when you're developing. It's similar to just like fascist rhetoric in general, where it brings you into like this whole new culture and you are like building these bonds with people, and it seems like you're actually doing something, and so you get more involved in the culture, and then you're like more willing to go along and fight for your beliefs in it.
Seeds and shit. My God, man, how hard is it to wipe your knife off?
It's so scary. Like that, I'm scared.
And then you don't see it because we watched the whole video. There's just a TikTok. So I first of all, let's see who can do it better. Let's say, would you all?
Well, we're ready. Hurry up.
Well, where are you then? Because you was after Hasan said. As Dan grabs that, let's talk shit on Hasan because this is my favorite thing to do.
Well, we're ready.
Bro, okay. I wanted to just play that because Ethan's getting a little sad, man. He's like, while you're getting it's like someone addicted to social media. While you're grabbing the avocados for our next segment, let me talk shit about Hasan because it's my favorite thing to do. Oh, he's just joking. It's not actually his favorite thing to do. It is his favorite thing to do.
I'm just gonna use my phone for a second. Go ahead.
As Dan grabs that, let's talk shit on Hasan because this is my favorite thing to do.
Well, we're ready. Hurry up.
Well, where are you then? Because you're not here. This is Ila's. She posted a story about it. She said, "Those dogs told me I had no choice," says Omer about the kiss to his captors. This was after Hasan was glazing them up, saying that, oh, they must have been drugged, lol. Are you ready, Dan?
Dude, once again, like, what is this? Oh, this is an Imgur compilation. Once again, like, if Hasan makes a joke about Israeli propaganda saying, oh, yeah, they drugged them, that's not glazing Hamas. Like, you need some actual, more tangible evidence if you're going to make the claim that Hasan is glazing Hamas. But he watched a music video of the Houthis once.
This was after Hasan was glazing them up, saying that, oh, they must have been drugged, lol. Are you ready, Dan? Oh, shit. Fuck. All right. By the way, let me just put this in context. Hasan, like I said, is melting down about me. Myron is in his replies being like, yup. Checkmate.
He can't stop himself. Dan's like, no, why are you talking about Hasan? I'm ready. He's like, okay, panic scrolling until, like, to try to get it in before Dan comes back. Anyway, that was just funny. This is my favorite thing to do. Talk shit about Hasan.
Cheers.
Babe?
All right, is anyone still watching?
Say what?
There are people still watching. Okay, woo.
There are some people still watching. Wait around the restroom real quick.
All right, let's talk about some shit. Get a load of this fucking dipshit. This guy's subtweeting me. What a coward. Oh my goodness. This man's straight up doing Drake-style sneak dissing. Do you know what I'm saying?
SS on Pike, KKK,
You know who sneak disses like this? Cowards. Lamos. Once a lame, always a lame, right, Nate?
That's right.
I mean, didn't Hasan offer to go on to Ethan's show and have a direct conversation with him, and Ethan's turned it down because he didn't sit through his 2-hour long, like, content shit that Ethan's been collecting over the course of, like, 5 months, just shitting it all out there. But I guess, I don't know, Hasan doesn't address Ethan and he's a coward, and then he does address Ethan and he's also a coward. He offers to go on to Ethan's show, he's a coward. He responds to the content nuke without watching it, he's a coward because he didn't actually watch it. Like, once again, man, Ethan's obviously hypocritical and he's not doing any of this in good faith. This is just to attack Hasan. Every single thing that Ethan's doing is in service of shitting on Hasan.
I love you say that so official.
I'm shooting ropes, bro.
He said this, I guess, yeah, in response to me and Ela. For 60 months, there's been a genocide going on in Gaza. Israel has the same ambition for the West Bank, which has been under apartheid occupation rule since 1967. If your, quote, advocacy is slandering and deplatforming pro-Palestinian voices, just admit you love Israel and its genocide. We know. What a pathetic take. We literally made a joke about this in the content nuke. He's actually pulling the genocide card.
So, for 16 months, there's been a genocide going on in Gaza. Israel has the same ambitions for West Bank, which has been under apartheid occupational rule since 67. If your advocacy is slandering and deplatforming pro-Palestinian voices, just admit you love Israel and its genocide, you know, or we know. So, for those of you who weren't here earlier in the stream, this is a point I made. Hasan is not saying, I cannot respond to criticism because there's a genocide going on. I'm too busy covering the genocide. What Hasan is saying is, in the context of a genocide, if your advocacy is slandering pro-Palestinian voices, you're not actually against the genocide. And we can see how Ethan twists this in his mind. Ethan will say, I am attacking Hasan for being too pro-Palestinian, or I guess Ethan will say like pro-terrorist. I'm attacking Hasan for being too pro-terrorist because Hasan is being too pro-terrorist. He is dehumanizing Israelis. And because the Israelis are dehumanized in the minds of Hasan and Hasan's viewers, that's why the conflict is ending. So let's just follow this logic, this twisted logic chain through this entire thought process that Ethan has. So Ethan's saying, I am doing pro-Palestinian advocacy by criticizing Hasan. And the reason that I'm criticizing Hasan is because he's prolonging this conflict by dehumanizing Israelis. So Hasan dehumanizes Israelis, which he doesn't. But according to Ethan, he is. And that is prolonging the conflict. How? I mean, we literally just watched in Ethan's last video that he says there will only be peace when both sides can see each other as human. So we know that he thinks Hasan is prolonging this somehow by dehumanizing Israelis, by saying that they're all evil, by erasing their humanness in the eyes of his audience. Hasan isn't saying that your criticism of me is invalid because there's a genocide going on. He's saying that your criticism of me is not a sufficient form of pro-Palestinian advocacy. That's not actually a way to help end the genocide. The way to help end the genocide isn't to humanize the Israelis. The Israelis are humanized. The United States, as a country, supports the Israelis. We do not view them as animals. We do not view them as like black-faced, shadowy figures that need to be exterminated. They are humanized in America and around the world. They have a seat at the UN. Palestinians have not had a seat at the UN ever. Okay? Israelis are humanized. Palestinians are not. Palestinians are not. Hasan is humanizing Palestinians, which Ethan says is a way to get peace, right? Humanizing both sides is a way to get peace. Every time he tries to humanize them, Ethan says, you're dehumanizing Israelis, you're just repeating propaganda, you should stop, okay? So that is officially not advocating for Palestine. That is advocating for Israel. But Ethan says it's pro-Palestinian advocacy. And because in his mind, he thinks that if we can somehow, like, every American loves every Israeli, the conflict would end, which is just a child's way of viewing the world. Like, it's like, oh, well, why can't you just love the people that I grew up with and then they'll stop doing violence? It's like, okay, that's not how things are working. I'm just going to rewind this one more time, and I want to see if Ethan will actually engage in what Hasan is saying, that criticizing Hasan is not pro-Palestinian advocacy. Or will Ethan just say, well, why are you saying that me criticizing you isn't pro-Palestinian advocacy? I wasn't trying to be an advocate for the Palestinian side. We'll see what he says.
If your quote advocacy is slandering and deplatforming pro-Palestinian voices, just admit you love Israel and its genocide. We know. What a pathetic take. We literally made a joke about.
Okay, guys, not being ableist here, but I can't help but notice that as soon as he starts talking about Hasan, he hacks up along.
About this in the content nuke. He's actually pulling the genocide card. Is anyone actually believing that just by the nature of being pro-Palestine that you are beyond criticism? Like that somehow absolves you of of any critic.
This is so interesting here. So Hasan says, you criticizing me isn't being pro-Palestinian, right? You criticizing me isn't advocating for the Palestinian cause. Okay. Ethan says, I'm criticizing you and you're saying there's a genocide so you can't deal with the criticism. But Hasan's just saying you criticizing me isn't being an advocate. Let's see if Ethan can actually understand that, and let's see if he can digest the ideas that Hasan's putting out there. Obviously, Hasan isn't dealing with the criticism Ethan's levying at him right now, because the criticism Ethan levied at Hasan is insane. The criticism that he levied at him is, you didn't cry when the Bibas family was returned, and you also laughed at someone saying that Netanyahu killing the kids was an offensive propaganda message. That's dude, the fucking criticism that Ethan has of Hasan is, you didn't cry when the Bibas family was returned and you laughed at their graves. That's delusional criticism. That has no basis in reality whatsoever. So honestly, that kind of criticism is beneath Hasan replying to. Hasan's just making a point that criticizing pro-Palestinian voices isn't advocacy for Palestine. But we'll see what Ethan says. I just think he's going to completely ignore this.
What is this point? And also admit that you love genocide? Bro, what? You're not being on. Why are you being so fucking?
At least Ethan's honest enough to say he doesn't know what the point is. He's like, what point are you trying to make?
Ridiculous. You love of any critic. What is this point? And also admit that you love genocide? Bro, what? You're not being on. Why are you being so fucking ridiculous? We know. I'm still waiting for someone to point out the pro-genocide quote, clip, anything to substantiate that pro-genocide.
So once again, I'm not going to say that Ethan's pro-genocide, but what I will say is he is not anti-genocide. When we're talking about his advocacy on either side, his advocacy has been massively leaning towards the run defense for Israel section. That's the side that he ends up falling on. Once again, we searched Israel and Palestine in the video where he said we must always keep the plight of the Palestinians at the top of our mind. Let's see, did he cover the 40,000 people expelled from the West Bank in this video? I'm wondering if he did that. Does he keep that plight at the top of his mind? Israel opening up another front of ethnic cleansing. Let's see. More about Hasan's tweets. They cut avocados, guys. Guys, okay. They cut avocados. Avocados are green. There's green in the Palestinian flag. Ethan's Instagram algos, new find. Oh, he talks about Mike PA making, not understanding the suicide joke that Ethan did. Oh, they did a Teddy Fresh shout out. I don't know. I'm not seeing the plight of the Palestinians at the top of his mind, guys. Gonna be good. I'm gonna be here more. He has spent more time on Hasan and content creators and talked about Palestine and then called himself pro-Palestine. Oh yeah, I forgot. Ethan Klein did vote for Kamala Harris, so I guess that is his pro-Palestinian advocacy, beginning and end of it. Dude, fuck this guy. Oh, where's the clip where I'm pro-genocide? Where's the clip where you're pro-Palestine, bro? Because you donated $6,000 to Palestine, and then you said later that $1.1 million raised by streamers is meaningless if they didn't advocate for Kamala Harris? So by your own logic, then your $6,000 is completely useless, and voting for Kamala Harris is the biggest advocacy work that you did. I mean, Hasan talks about Palestine literally every day, but you say that you've done more for Palestinians by voting for Kamala Harris than Hasan has in his entire career. So we can intuit that Ethan hasn't done shit for the Palestinians, really, except voting for Kamala Harris, according to him.
There's probably more pro-genocide Hasan quotes at this point. Well, there are, because I have zero. He has a few.
Did he actually call Mike from PA just like fat? Yeah, I'm not even really getting into the arguments that if you're not covering genocide, you're being pro-genocide. I mean, have you never heard the saying, like a bystander, what's the saying? It's like if you're just a bystander when bad shit comes, you're basically a participant.
Genocide your taste buds with this avocado on toast.
Oh my fucking God. Yeah. So Ethan and Gila cry and piss and shit themselves when Hasan laughs at Hamas, or when Hasan laughs at like a news broadcaster saying that that was an offensive message that Hasan posts. And then Gila's like, well, even if that message is true, don't you think it's tasteless? You know, they even gave Netanyahu fangs. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, that's tasteless. They probably should have asked the family what they would have wanted. But then Ethan's like, oh, I'm gonna genocide my taste buds with this avocado toast? Dude, this guy's fucking disgusting, man. Honestly. Avocado toast looks like shit, too. Let me make. What do you... Okay, I'm just gonna do an avocado toast judging round right now. What did he put on this shit?
I'm keeping all the Giardia for myself.
I don't want Guardia or whatever the fuck.
AB, you want to grab some?
I love it.
Or love?
Tell me you want.
Go for it, bro.
That's not you, bro.
It sounds like neither of you actually are that interested in trying Ethan's avocado toast.
You don't have to if you don't want one.
Nah, I'm gonna pass. Everyone said I just. You know.
Wait, nobody else wants one?
He said he's gonna pass.
Oh, okay.
I got food coming. I don't want Guardia or whatever the fuck it's called, to be honest.
Giardia?
For my defense, I want Guardia because Ethan offered 10,000.
Go eat that shit, bro.
I forgot I did that. Yeah, AB, what do you mean?
Actually, hand me that toast. Hold on.
It's too late. I'm keeping.
So it's avocado, salt, and hot sauce? Bro, this guy has no fucking flavor. I mean, oh man. What was I was just listening back to a podcast, and he's like, Sabra hummus is in every refrigerator in Israel, which was just so funny. It's like, it's not even sold in Israel, dude. Okay, so yeah, this fucking just a plain avocado, hot sauce, and salt is what genocides Ethan's taste buds.
You're not being on. Why are you being so fucking ridiculous? We know. I'm still waiting for someone to point out the pro-genocide quote, clip, anything to substantiate that pro-genocide. There's probably more pro-genocide Hasan quotes at this point. Well, there are, because I have zero. He has a few. Genocide your taste buds with this avocado on toast. Probably not a good slogan.
Yeah, that honestly probably should have been a button moment. Like, you really want that fucking living on the air?
Base?
Oh my God. All right, I'm just gonna speedrun this, guys.
Yeah, what a fucking piece of shit. I snapped on him. Where's my response to him? Oh, here I said, nice try playing the genocide card, scumbag. You can't hide behind your advocacy. Being pro-Palestine doesn't absolve you of shit. If you actually cared about Palestine, you stop exploiting it as a shield to protect yourself from criticism. You use your activism like a get-out-of-jail-free card. You can't play that card forever. This isn't Monopoly, bitch.
Oh man, that was his best line. So once again, Ethan levied some criticism against Hasan. The criticism is extremely stupid. Hasan's not responding to the criticism here. He's calling you out on your quote-unquote advocacy, right? Okay, so he can respond to the criticism, but the criticism is literally, you played a clip of him laughing and said he was laughing at slain Jewish people. That's not coherent criticism at all. That is like a schizophrenic view of what Hasan is doing, all right? So yeah, you don't have good criticism of him. And he's actually has responded a lot. He's responded a lot to your criticism.
And if it was, I'd have hotels on your ass. That's right.
Big talk.
So yeah, that's the scumbag take.
Say that again? Oh, Because Trump is trying to build hotels in Gaza.
I was saying,
yeah, I know that. I was very specific. I'm building
Monopoly.
hotels on his ass.
Right, in Monopoly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. No,
I did
see the
occur to me.
landmine there, though.
I was very specific. We are not building hotels in Gaza.
Yeah.
I was just coming up the stairs, so I just, yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. That's not the joke. I don't even know what this clip is, but I'm sure it's really good. Ethan, quote, not Zionist Klein, talks about how free the apartheid state of Israel feels. Before he calls me a liar, I wish I was lying. Bro, yeah, I said I'm going to Israel. I can't wait to show you guys how I see it. Have you been to Israel? Like, have any of these people actually been to Israel?
You haven't seen it with your own eyes, so you're actually you actually don't know what you're talking about. The Andrew Tate style of imperialism.
You know, one of the freed prisoners.
Okay, guys, okay, it's not that long. I'm just gonna play a little bit.
In the recent
and then
exchange was
we'll get into Hasan's response, and then we'll end this.
An Arab Israeli that they held hostage for 10 years. And such inhumane...
what the fuck is this motherfucker talking about? Yeah, he always keeps the plight of the Palestinians on the front of his mind, right? So he's going to talk about the thousands of Palestinians that are held in Israeli prisons, right? He's going to be talking about the torture and the 58 Palestinians that were killed in Israeli prisons.
And the recent exchange was an Arab Israeli that they held hostage for 10 years. And such inhumane conditions that now that he's back with his family, he doesn't talk. He whispers and he doesn't.
Okay, let me look. I'm going to look this up. So Arab is, yeah, this is me speed running, guys. Arab Israeli released from Gaza. Deal back on to exchange Palestinian prisoners. Israel delays Palestinian prisoner release. Moves tanks into West Bank. Is Ethan going to talk about how they who are the Israeli hostages released and rescued from Gaza? So wait, he said that. Sorry, this is a lot. I'm going to close some tabs here. I'm sure he read this in some kind of like Times of Israel article.
Does it make sense? And such inhumane conditions that now that he's back with his family, he's not. You know, one of the freed prisoners in the recent exchange was an Arab Israeli that they held hostage for 10 years.
Okay, so he says they held hostage. So that type of language indicates that Hamas held them hostage. Here are the hostages released. Elia Cohen, 27. Omar Shemtov, 22. Tal Shoman. I'm just looking for someone held for 10 years. An Ethiopian Israeli was captured by Hamas in 2014. Oh, so this must be who he's talking about. Avera Mengistu, 39. An Ethiopian Israeli was captured by Hamas in 2014. In January, Hamas released a short, undated video clip of a man who mumbled in Hebrew, "I am the captive Avera Mengistu. For how much longer will I remain in captivity with my friends?" The Mengistu family confirmed his identity. The Free Avera campaign told the BBC in 2023. That must be who it is, right? Held for 10 years? Yeah. And he talks about it's an Arab Israeli, which is a weird way of putting it. Let's take a look at this. The Times of Israel. I mean, this is the exact article Ethan read. Brother of Avera Mengistu, he's still not sharing. He has a long recovery ahead. Ilhan Mengistu, or Ilan, was released on Saturday from more than a decade of Hamas captivity. He says that he has a long period of recovery ahead of him. He's still not sharing what he went through. We are not trying to pressure him. He has a long period of rehabilitation ahead of him. Mengistu entered the Gaza Strip of his own accord in 2014 with mental distress. He was freed on Saturday along with Hisham al-Said, who also entered Gaza in 2015, and alongside Omer Shemtov, Omer Wenkert, Elia Cohen, all of whom were abducted on October 7th. Meeting him gave us chills, says Elon. I immediately saw that he realized that something good had happened. Well, that's tragic. Once again, we can take a look at the guy who was released from an Israeli prison who has extreme PTSD and actually can't even function properly. Let's see, where was this? It was the AP article. Maybe I closed the tab.
And such inhumane conditions that now that he's back with his family, he doesn't talk. He whispers and he doesn't make sense. He mumbles. He's like completely dysfunctional as a human being. That's how they treat Israeli Arabs, by the way. And that's how Hamas treats Israeli Arabs. Yeah, nobody actually mentions that. It's pretty crazy.
Okay, so one weird thing that Ethan's doing here is he says that it's how they're treating Israeli Arabs. Well, there are Arab Jews, but it seems like he's using the term Arab here to imply they're a non-Jewish person, and he really likes to harp on the idea that it's a non-Jewish person, so, which is weird. It's like, why are you focusing this one hostage out? Oh, Hamas doesn't even treat the non-Jews humanely. That seems to be what Ethan's implying here. So, again, this is a little bit racist, right? We have Ethan selecting out the one non-Jewish person, according to him, and then saying, like, an Arab Israeli. What does it matter if they're Arab or not? There's still a hostage that Hamas is using as a bargaining piece to get hostages out of Israel.
Here's the clip. I guess it's going crazy. I don't really check Twitter that much anymore. 1.7 million views? Wait, how's that possible? It has 3.3 thousand likes. 1.7 million views? That seems odd, doesn't it? I guess it's probably tweeted by someone else too. I don't know. What is this? Explain this post, please. Oh, is this the Grunk stuff?
Yeah, this is Gronk.
Oh, I see. I'm out. Does
this wait. You got to read. Hold on. I see something very funny.
Is this actually used K-Rock?
Wait, they're saying that you're on K-Rock.
The radio station?
Yes, look.
It's all cut off. I can't even fucking see
This is a great website. It's a fantastic website.
Jesus, how am I supposed to read it? Okay, here.
There we go.
Ethan Klein hosts a podcast, and a public figure known for his commentary on social political issues is shown in the image speaking on K-Rock FM. Why would you stick your neck out for such a weird detail? We can't do that? Can we actually not go visit the country where she was born?
Oh, shit. Sorry. Fast forward it.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. By the way, reminder that Hila's from Israel. Her family lives there. We're going to visit her family. We can't do that? Can we actually not go visit the country where she was born and her parents were born in? Her mom, who we're going to visit, was born in Israel. Can we not go visit her? And I'm actually really excited to go there.
I love how he's acting like that's the issue that people have. I mean, you probably shouldn't go visit and spend your money at a state that is actively undertaking genocide and ethnic cleansing. But then also, dude, you explicitly state the purpose of your trip is to show people the good side of Israel. You explicitly state that you want to do propaganda for Israel. My man, Ethan. You literally, the fucking caption here is talking about how you want to show how free the apartheid state of Israel feels. And you're like, what, I can't visit my mother-in-law? Dude, he's such a piece of shit.
I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. Yeah, I lived there for 5 years. If anyone doesn't know, obviously it's a big part of my life. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been. Yeah, I can't wait to show you guys. I stand by everything I said there. The fact is, is there apartheid-like conditions in the West Bank and Gaza? Absolutely. No question about it. Do the Arabs living in Israel have the full rights as this people in all the Jews living in Israel? They do. They have the full same amount of rights. 2 million of them living in.
No, they don't, you motherfucking idiot. Your producer literally just said in the last episode he wants to go there on birthright citizenship, or on a birthright voyage, or whatever the fuck it's called. Can Gazans do that? Can Palestinians do that? Okay, this is so fucking dumb. Israel's apartheid against Palestinians. Israel's apartheid against Palestinians. Is Israel committing the crime of apartheid? Why, yes it is, Mr. Amnesty.org. What is apartheid? Apartheid is a violation of public international law, a grave violation of internationally protected human rights, and a crime against humanity under international law. The term apartheid was originally used to refer to a political system in South Africa. Okay, so what is this? Amnesty International has created a free 90-minute course called Deconstructing Israel's Apartheid Against Palestinians. We're going to skip that for now and just read the bullet points. Israel's system of oppression and domination of Palestinians. Since the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948, successive governments have created and maintained a system of laws, policies, and practices designed to oppress and dominate Palestinians. This system plays out in different ways across the different areas where Israel exercises control over Palestinians' rights, but the intent is always the same: to privilege Jewish Israelis at the expense of Palestinians. Israeli authorities have done this through the four main strategies: fragmentation into domains of control, dispossession of land and property, segregation and control, deprivation of economic and social rights. So we can read about all of these. I want to read about the different areas. Criminal patterns, dismantling the system. I think this is what I was reading, unless this is the same thing. Amnesty International talks about the West Bank considering the crime of apartheid. So Israeli authorities must be held accountable for committing the crime of apartheid against Palestinians, Amnesty International said today in a damning new report. The investigation details how Israel enforces a system of oppression and domination against the Palestinian people wherever it has control over the rights. This includes Palestinians living in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, as well as displaced refugees in other countries. Our report reveals the true extent of Israel's apartheid regime. Whether they live in Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the rest of the West Bank, or Israel itself, Palestinians are treated as an inferior racial group and systematically deprived of their rights. We found that Israel's cruel policies of segregation, dispossession, and exclusion across all territories under its control clearly amount to apartheid. The international community has an obligation to act. Wait, what? Israel itself, Palestinians are discriminated against? Wow, maybe Ethan Klein's full of shit. Who would have thought? Palestinian treated as a demographic threat. Since its establishment, they pursued the policy. I think we already read this. Amnesty International recognizes that Jews, like Palestinians, claim a right to self-determination and does not challenge Israel's desire to be a home for Jews. Similarly, it does not consider that Israel labeling itself a Jewish state in itself indicates an intention to oppress and dominate. However, Amnesty International's report shows that successive Israeli governments have considered Palestinians a demographic threat and imposed measures to control it and to decrease their presence and access to land in Israel and the OPT. These demographic aims are well illustrated by official plans to Judaize the areas of Israel and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, which continue to put thousands of Palestinians at risk of forcible transfer. Lesser citizens. Palestinian citizens of Israel, who comprise about 19% of the population, face many forms of institutionalized discrimination. Wow. Wait, what did Ethan just say?
I'd like to show you guys. I stand by everything I said there. The fact is, like, is there apartheid-like conditions in, like, the West Bank? And
are there apartheid-like conditions in the West Bank? So Ethan's not saying that there is apartheid in the West Bank, but there may be apartheid-like conditions there.
In Gaza, absolutely. No question about it. Do the Arabs living in Israel have the full rights as this people in all the Jews living in Israel? They do. They have the full same amount of rights. 2 million of them.
Also, why the fuck is he saying Arabs? I thought you kept saying that Jews were Arabs. There are Arab Jews in Israel. Why do you keep saying Arabs as a way to differentiate the Jewish people and the non-Jewish people? This is extremely fucking racist, dude. Like, Ethan's just giving the game away by saying that it's the Jews and then the Arabs. But then when you say that, like, Israel's doing cultural appropriation by claiming that Hamas is itself, oh, all of a sudden, Jews are Arabs too. Where do you think all of these Jews came from? You fucking racist pieces of shit. But no, when we're talking about whether it's Hamas holding a, where was that guy from? He was Ethiopian, I think. Holding an Ethiopian Israeli, Ethan says, oh, he's Arab. You look at how Hamas treats even their own people, even other Arabs, Hamas treats them like shit. Or when we're talking about the Palestinians living in Israel, all of a sudden, now it's Jews and then Arabs. There's the Jewish group and then the Arab group, okay? So, I mean, you can clearly fucking see that Ethan Klein thinks of Arabs as lesser than himself and lesser than the Jews that are living in Israel. And obviously it's lesser, like, quite literally, he explicitly refers to Arabs as a differentiating factor than Jews. So, quite literally, he differentiates himself and the Jews of Israel from Arabs. And obviously, it's lesser, right? Once you have that separation in the mind, of course you're going to think they're lesser. But according to Ethan, the Arabs, or the Palestinians, have all the same rights as the Jews that live there. Well, that's weird, because according to this, it says that they face many forms of institutionalized discrimination. Not just plain old racism, but institutionalized discrimination. Wait, what was Ethan saying about how it's the segregated South?
Yeah, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been. Yeah, I can't wait to show you guys. I stand by everything I said there. The fact is, like, is there apartheid-like conditions in like the West Bank and Gaza? Absolutely, no question about it. Do the Arabs living in Israel have the full rights as this people in all the Jews living in Israel? They do. They have the full same amount of rights. 2 million of them living in harmony in Israel with Jewish people, coexisting together, working together besides each other, you know, serving in government, you know, serving in public office, sitting on the Senate. Like,
okay, so this was hilarious. Hasan criticized Ethan, and he's like, "Oh, you're just saying Israeli like Zionist talking points. What's next? Are you going to say that there's an Israeli or there's a Palestinian Supreme Court justice that put an Israeli prime minister in jail?" And Ethan's like, "Don't put those words in my mouth." And now he's doing that. Yeah, they are. Let's just keep reading about this. So in 2018, discrimination against Palestinians was crystallized in a constitutional law which for the first time enshrined Israel exclusively as the nation state of the Jewish people. Not the nation state of people, but the nation state of the Jewish people. The law also promotes the building of Jewish settlements and downgrades Arabic's status as an official language. The report documents how Palestinians are effectively blocked from leasing an 80% of Israel's state land as a result of racist land seizures and a web of discriminatory laws on land allocation, planning, and zoning. It seems like redlining. That seems like segregation to me. It seems like Jim Crow South, which Ethan said, "I'm going to go to Israel to show you how it's not the Jim Crow South." The situation in the Negev, Nakab regions of southern Israel is a prime example of how Israel's planning and building policies intentionally exclude Palestinians. Since 1948, Israeli authorities have adopted various policies to Judaize the Negev Nakab, including designated large areas as nature reserves or military firing zones. Oh, it just so happens your neighborhood's in a military firing zone. I guess if you really want to stay here, you could, but better be good at dodging bullets. And setting targets for increasing the Jewish population. Wait, increasing only the Jewish population, okay. But I'm sure there's other areas designated to increase the Palestinian populations, right? Because they're equal under the law. This has had devastating consequences for the tens of thousands of Palestinian Bedouins who live in the region. Bedouin villages, home to about 68,000 people, are currently unrecognized by Israel, which means they are cut off from the national electricity and water supply and targeted for repeated demolitions. But what the fuck? As the villages have no official status, their residents also face restrictions on political participation and are excluded from the healthcare and education systems. These conditions have coerced many into leaving their homes and villages in what amounts to forcible transfer. Decades of deliberately unequal treatment of Palestinian citizens of Israel have left them consistently economically disadvantaged in comparison to Jewish Israelis. This is exacerbated by blatantly discriminatory allocation of state resources. A recent example is the government's COVID-19 recovery package, of just which 1.7% was given to local Palestinian authorities. And this is a great article that I keep finding myself come back to. The 7 most racist Israeli laws. The Jewish nation state law. One of Israel's quasi-constitutional basic laws stipulates that the right to self-determination in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, OPT, is unique to the Jewish people and encourages racial segregation and discrimination against Palestinians in housing by directing the state to promote the development of Jewish settlements as a national value. So the national value is the development of a specific ethnic group of settlements. The law of return gives Jews from anywhere in the world the right to immigrate to Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories and to automatically receive Israeli citizenship. Is there a Palestinian right of return? At the same time, Israel denies indigenous Palestinians who were expelled during and after Israel's establishment their legal right to return. Okay, so there's explicitly not a Palestinian right to return to their homeland because they aren't Jewish and treats Palestinian citizens of the state, who comprise more than 20% of Israel's population, as second-class citizens. Admissions committee law authorizes hundreds of smaller towns to set up admissions committees. Wow, that's such a cute way of redlining. We're going to redline through the HOA to reject applications from Palestinians, LGBTQ people. Israel is so progressive, and others deemed undesirable, using criteria such as being unsuitable to the social life of the community or the social and cultural fabric of the town. Absentee property law and land acquisition law allows Israel's government to expropriate land and other property belonging to Palestinians who were driven from their homes during the state's establishment, the primary tool used by Israel to steal huge amounts of land and private property from Palestinians who were expelled and denied their right to return, including many internally displaced within Israel's borders. So this is just legislating the colonization efforts that Israel is going through. Israel lands law, another of Israel's quasi-constitutional basic laws, stipulates that the ownership of state lands can only be transferred between the government and quasi-governmental agencies like the Jewish National Fund, which only leases land to Jews. Definitely not the Jim Crow South, though. 93% of the land in Israel is state-owned. Israel's discriminatory land policies make it extremely difficult for Palestinians with Israeli citizenship to gain access to land for residential, commercial, agricultural, or other uses. The Citizenship and Entry into Israel law prevents Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza who are married to Palestinian citizens of Israel from gaining residency or citizenship status, including those who were expelled from towns inside of what became Israel in 1948, forces thousands of Palestinian citizens of Israel to leave the country or live apart from their spouses and families. The Nakba law bans public funding for institutions and organizations involved in commemorating the violent expulsion of 3/4 of all Palestinians during Israel's establishment as a Jewish majority state in 1948, known to the Palestinians as the Nakba catastrophe. So you can't even use state funding to celebrate Palestinian history, or not celebrate, but commemorate Palestinian history. But Ethan thinks that, the Palestinians have the same rights as everyone else. I mean, there's a Palestinian sitting on the Supreme Court, right? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Bro, you're literally using the fucking Zionist talking point that a few months ago you said, I never said that. Why are you putting words in my mouth? Yeah.
This idea that they're just walking around like second-class citizens in like Tel Aviv or something is just, it's just ridiculous. And I look forward to sharing that with you guys. Now, again, that's not a defense of what's happening in the West Bank and in Gaza, which is absolutely under apartheid-like conditions there, with checkpoints and walls and security points just to travel in their own area. To get into Israel, if they need to work or visit someone, is like extremely onerous military checkpoints. So yeah, in that case, it is fucked for sure. In that case.
I also love this from Ethan. I mean, he's completely oblivious to just how racist Israel is. And he's like, yeah, I mean, they're doing crimes against humanity 10 miles from where I'm going to be staying, but that's over there. Okay, dude. Okay, yeah. And you're such a good pro-Palestinian advocate, man. You're going to visit the country that you admit is doing an ethnic cleansing, even though you don't cover it at all, but it's like in the back of your mind. But, I want to see my mother-in-law. My wife wants to see her mom. So we're going to go to Israel. Dude, fuck that shit. You have a big-ass house. Bring them to you. If it's that important. But we know the real reason why he wants to visit Israel. To do propaganda for them. He's admitting it. He wants to do propaganda for Israel. That's why he's going there. It's the same shit with Lonerbox, man.
But I do feel that people have a total misconception of what life is like in like Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and Haifa and just like Israel at large.
Just out of curiosity, do Arab Israelis, do they serve in the army as well?
They can. They're not forced to, but they can.
Okay.
A lot do. They give them the option. But yeah, a lot of them.
Wow. So it's not like they have the same fucking rights as everyone else. Ridiculous, man. Also, you serve in the army to basically climb the social ladder in Israel. The fact that Palestinians are not encouraged to join the army is another indicator of the Jim Crow style laws that are purposely meant to keep Palestinians down in society.
And there's lots of Arab Israelis who are high up in the military, generals, It's the thing. People don't really, you know. And it's crazy because, like I said, the Hamas and these terrorists, they fucking hate. You know, on October 7th, they were killing the Arabs too. The Arab Israelis. There was an Arab like security guard that was going to help everyone to try to fight off Hamas. He was murdered. There's a bunch.
Is Ethan gonna wake up and realize that? I mean, okay. First of all, I'm just gonna ignore the fact that he's trying to differentiate Arabs from Jews here because I already made that point. But is Ethan going to wake up and understand that maybe it's not that Hamas hates the Jews? It's actually that they hate the apartheid and the oppression that they've experienced? Is he going to, like, he's so close right now. He's like, wait a second. Hamas killed a lot of non-Jewish people too on October 7th. They even kept non-Jews in captive this entire time. For 10 years, they kept a non-Jew in captive. I thought they just hated Jews. No, it's just that they're so bloodthirsty they'll even kill non-Jewish people.
Of Arabs that lived there that were murdered. This guy who was kidnapped, held hostage for 10 years and kept in such inhumane conditions that he came back to Israel.
Oh my God, he's literally talking about it. He's literally bringing up the 10-year-old hostage.
Arab Israelis. There was an Arab like security guard that was going to help everyone to try to fight off Hamas. He was murdered. There's a bunch of Arabs that lived there that were murdered. This guy who was kidnapped, held hostage for 10 years and kept in such inhumane conditions that he came back to Israel nonverbal. You know, like they don't like the Arabs that live in Israel either. So yeah.
He's so close to understanding that it's just they don't like Israel. He's so close to understand. He's like, wait a second, Hamas is like anti-Semitic. They hate Jews, but they also hate Arabs. Which, once again, is just not a logical sentence to say because there are Arab Jews. Ethan seems to have forgotten all about the Arab Jews. His entire wife's family. I thought his wife was an Arab Jew. Maybe that's why she doesn't think it's crazy for Palestinian children to be taught the hate at too as well. Maybe his entire career is in Ethan's hands, though. It's his single biggest source of clout and his entire family's source of employment. Yeah, you know, he's like, listen, we can criticize the crew for saying stupid shit, but like, dude, if you push back against Ethan, he's just gonna fire you. That's the end of the discussion. So all you can get is like the most mild-mannered lib pushback from AB at all, being like, okay, well, like Israel kills people too, and then immediately Ethan's like, well, I never said Israel doesn't kill people. I'm talking about the way that Hamas kills people right now. We'll talk about the way Israel kills people later. It's like, that doesn't preclude me from talking about Hamas killing people. I'm talking about that. It's like, that's the response you'd get from Ethan. So it is like a dead end.
Yeah. He said, no way. The guy who ended his podcast over disagreements on Israel's genocide, who spent last year trying to get every pro-Palestinian voice banned, is visiting Israel like Michael Rappaport. He's going to show us all there's no apartheid. That's fucking awesome, bro. Also, what? Like,
dude, Ethan, you just can't deny that. Like, literally, that's what you said you were going to do. You said, I'm going to go there to show you how free it is in Israel. Sure, they're doing apartheid in other places, but inside of Israel, there's no apartheid going on.
Michael Rappaport? Like, what do you mean? Like, my family lives there. I'm assuming Michael Rappaport is just like a...
Dude, you explicitly said you were going to go there to show how free Israel is, okay? Shut the fuck up. Stop talking about your family. Once again, Ethan likes to say that Hasan's hiding behind genocide to avoid criticism. People are criticizing you for going there to do propaganda. Look, it would be one fucking thing. It would be a completely different thing if Ethan doesn't make a big deal he's going to Israel, just goes there for the weekend, doesn't talk about it on his show at all, and then comes back and moves on with his life. But what does he do? He makes a big deal about going to Israel. He doesn't just tacitly endorse the society that Israel is by saying, I'm going to go there, I'm going to spend time there with my family. He doesn't just do that like implicitly make his audience think that it's a good place. He explicitly says that Israel's a good place, and not only am I going to go there and also say it's a good place, I'm going to go there and film propaganda to show you as well that it's a good place. And then when people call him out on that shit, he's like, well, I'm just going to go see my family. If you're just going to go see your family, you can go see your family. You don't have to make it a big song and dance on your fucking show. For weeks, dude. It's now been multiple weeks where you've been talking about this shit. Talking about how free Israel is. Talking about how there's no apartheid. There's no, like, discrimination or red line against Palestinians when that's factually not true. Like, you are just doing propaganda. You're admitting you're doing propaganda. And when you get called out for doing propaganda, you say, I'm just visiting my family. I'm just a small being going to visit my family.
A super inflammatory, like pro-Israel voice. I don't know.
Yeah, he is very pro-Israel on Twitter.
He always does this. He goes, he's visiting Israel like Michael Rappaport. It's like, well, my family lives there. And then he goes, Ethan has the same talking points as Ben Shapiro. And it's like, well, you have the same talking points as terrorists. Like a lot of them. You know, it doesn't like, I mean, me and Ben Shapiro probably agree on a lot of things. For example, like that, you know, Shawshank Redemption's a good movie. Or we're both two-state, probably. Maybe. I think he probably is. Maybe he's worse than that. Maybe he's like a zero-state. I don't know. But most people are two-state, you know. Does that make me like pro-genocide? Just because like we shared these opinions? No, obviously not. If it did, it would make Hasan a full-blown terrorist. If it did, Hasan would be in prison for fucking terror.
No, Ethan, you're pro-genocide because you don't care about the genocide at all. I mean, you've been extremely silent when it comes to the genocide. I can count on one hand the amount of times you've mentioned it in terms of it being a bad thing. Once again, you just mentioned it as a way to like deflect criticism from yourself.
Terrorism. Can we fucking please acknowledge how cringy this photo is? Why are we letting him get away with this? This man is posing in his avatar showing his fucking armpit hair.
Dude, Ethan, no one's looking at the photo except for you. My man.
Like some kind of weird, some kind of thirst trap. It is so cringe, bro. How are we just pretending like this isn't his avatar? We're all walking around, living our day, pretending that this is not Hasan's avatar.
I get him late all the time.
I'm fucking dying inside.
Goddamn patchwork. Hasan picked the armpit profile picture for the gays because he's an ally. Is that like is that something that the gays enjoy? A little bit of armpit hair and some flexing. And me. Goddamn, I gotta up my profile picture game. If Rogan could take her. Can we see like a celebrity boxing match between Ethan and Hasan and then Frogan and Hila? The fact it upsets Ethan says so much about Ethan. Wait till he sees Hasan's Discord icon. Dude, his Discord icon is a little bit distracting. Can't spell pheromones without hero. Okay, guys, you're getting a little thirsty.
Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Let's stop pretending, guys. Okay?
Base?
Yeah, I know you like it. Although I don't think you criticize him for anything. Ironically, at the time, I didn't think Ethan was a hardcore Zionist. What have I ever said that indicates I'm a hardcore Zionist?
Bro, you literally say that Israel's not doing an apartheid state. You compare the Nakba to the Jewish expulsion from Arab states. And then the only time you open your fucking mouth and speak about this genocide is when you're criticizing people for being too pro-Palestinian. I mean, once again, he has talked about anti-Semitism. Your literal fucking definition of anti-Semitism is criticizing Israel. When you had fucking Siney on your podcast, you're like, hey, you hang out with Sneeko, he's anti-Semitic. And he's like, and Siney's like, no, he's not. He supports Trump and Trump supports Israel. Ethan had nothing to say about that. He's just like, okay. It's like, bro, that's literally your fucking definition of anti-Semitism is if you support Israel or if you attack Israel, criticize it. So shut the fuck up. You are a Zionist. You literally are like you want an ethnocide. You want the Palestinians to live in these fucking concentration camps for 50 years before the Jews in Israel are like, okay, I guess we could, like, they've been perfect little victims for the last 50 years. I guess we can give them equal rights now. That's what you want, Ethan. So shut the fuck up. Oh, when did I say anything Zionist? When you said that all Zionists are Israeli and all Israelis are Jews and all Jews are Zionists, that's enough to make you a Zionist. Holy fuck. I mean, not to mention all the fucking pro-Israel propaganda and like anti-Palestinian propaganda you've been putting out there. It's a blind man. I mean, obviously a blind person could see it or could conceptualize of it because you're doing audio. A deaf person that just has to read your subtitles for 5 minutes would be able to understand that you're a Zionist.
Please, I'm begging you. A famous clip of me telling directly to his face, there's only so much you can do about moderation when you're coming across like you're defending Israel. It is famous, although probably not for the reason he thinks, because it's ironic considering he's begged other people to moderate their chat.
Bro, Ethan's such a little bitch. Okay, so Hasan's saying yeah, I can't make my chat believe, like, not believe reality, not believe their own lying eyes. And then Ethan's like, well, that's so ironic because you've asked for other people to moderate their chats too. So Hasan's saying, I can't make my chat not understand what you're saying. Like, lie to my chat and say you're not saying what you're saying. I can't do that. I can't make my chat believe an alternate reality where you're not speaking like a Zionist. And Ethan's like, well, you want other people to moderate their chats too. Dude, first of all, like, dude, engage in the fucking criticism. It's all whatabouts for this guy. It's all whatabouts for this guy. What was the other post that Hasan made? Oh, yeah.
There's only so much you can do about moderation when you're coming across like you're defending Israel. It is famous, although probably not for the reason he thinks, because it's ironic considering he's begged other people to moderate their chat. Is from an argument where he called Jewish Voices for Peace capos, which is funny about that. And one of the reasons I called him a piece of shit during the interview is he said that. I never said they were capos. He's the one that fucking said that and put those words in my mouth. And I was immediately like, fuck you for saying that, bro. That's not what I said. That wasn't my point.
Now, what you said is that there were Jews in Nazi Germany that supported the Nazis. Those are capos. You literally, like, made the comparison of them to capos. So, yes, you didn't explicitly say they're capos, but it's one level of comprehension past what you explicitly said. Like, there's reading between the lines, and then there's just understanding what Ethan's saying.
And he lives by this thing of Jewish Voices for Peace are capos. Ethan said that. I see that everywhere all the time. Those words have never left my mouth. But okay. Even if I think they're capos, right? How does that make me a Zionist? Let's say I believe that's true. That I think...
What? How does that make you a Zionist?
Jewish Voices for Peace are...
I love how he's, like, accepting this for... He's like, hypothetically, let's say that I do think Jewish Voices for Peace are capos. You're not really resisting the allegations that you think of them as capos too much. You're not, like, protesting too violently against this accusation, Ethan. You accepted this position hypothetically very easily.
Are capos. How does that make me a hardcore Zionist? Like, even
if you think that people that are in Jewish Voices for Peace are actively working to kill Jews, that does make you a Zionist, because Jewish Voices for Peace is anti-genocide. Zionists want to do genocide. You're saying you're anti the people that want to stop genocide. Like, that does make you a Zionist, Ethan. If you're saying that Jewish Voices for Peace end up wanting to kill Jews because they don't support Israel's genocide, then you think Israel needs to genocide in order for Jews to be safe. That's pretty much the definition of a Zionist. Like, Jews need to have their ethno-state in order to be safe, and in order to maintain that ethno-state, they need to do genocide.
if that's true, what are you talking about? Show me actually saying that I support like that I think like believe in Jewish supremacy, where Jews are entitled to the land, or that like we need to get rid of the Arabs. Like I don't know what being a hardcore Zionist means exactly to him. I'm not drawing.
Wait, hold on, I completely failed.
These are capos. How does that make me a hardcore Zionist? Like even if that's true, what are you talking about? Show me actually saying that I support like that I think like believe in Jewish supremacy, where Jews are entitled to the land, or that like we need to get rid of the Arabs. Like I don't know what.
Show you where you've said Jews are entitled to the land? I mean, in every single thing that you've talked about. I mean, that's extremely easy when you're talking about how when you're talking about how if we have a one-state solution, then like Jews would leave. You're implying that like they need to have that ethno-state to maintain their residence in that land. When we're talking about if Hamas breaks down and like the Arabs suddenly, like the Palestinians suddenly have a demographic majority over the Jews, then the Jews would be pogromed, according to you. That is also you saying that like the Jews are entitled to that land. A huge criticism you had of Hasan is because Hasan said he wants to make Israel a bad place to live, and then you're like, okay, well, what, you just want all of the Jews to leave, just like everywhere else where the Jews were? It's like, that's not what Hasan said. Hasan wanted Israel to be a bad place to live so that they would stop doing their ethnic cleansing. But once again, Ethan's response to this is Jews are entitled to this land.
that I think like believe in Jewish supremacy, where Jews are entitled to the land, or that like we need to get rid of the Arabs. Like I don't know what being a hardcore Zionist means exactly to him.
I mean, he's literally said that if the Arabs get a demographic majority, that's going to spell bad news for Jews. So, yeah, that's a pretty Zionist talking point.
I'm not drawn. In which video does Ethan? In which? They quote tweeted what I said to Hasan about playing the genocide card. This guy says, in which Ethan Klein doesn't deny loving Israel or genocide. Why would I need to? First of all, I do love Israel, but why would I love genocide? I was literally calling him out for being a scumbag and, you know, avoiding accountability by just saying that he's pro-Palestine. Anyone with a functioning brain knows how dishonest of an argument that is. Everyone. Why would I need to deny that I'm against genocide? Like, it's just fucking dumb. Can you show me a single bit of evidence that I'm pro-genocide? I'm still waiting. But yes, I love Israel. Does that make me a bad person? What's wrong with love?
Yeah. Honestly, it does. You shouldn't love countries, man. I'm sorry. You shouldn't you shouldn't have this unbreakable love for a country no matter what. Like, that's, dude, I really like America. Do I love America? No, I don't. I do not love America right now, man. Yeah, I think that does make you a bad person. You've seen Israel doing this genocide for the past however many months, and now you say you love Israel, and you're planning to visit there, not only just to visit the people in your family, but to do propaganda for it and to show how great it is. That makes you a bad person.
Loving the place that you live, that your family's from, that your wife grew up in. What do you mean? Loving Israel? What do you mean? What's wrong?
Ethan, you can love the memories of growing up in Israel. You can love, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? I love the place where my wife was? No, dude, who gives a fuck? Why would you love the place where your wife grew up? That makes no sense. If my wife is a Polish immigrant, does that mean I should love Poland? No, go fuck yourself. And you can love your childhood memories, but you should be a fucking adult and understand that Israel right now is not a good place. And it wasn't a good place when you were a kid too. It's just sad that you can't understand that. You can't recognize the fact that it was not a good place ever. And like, dude, when you're a kid, every place you grow up is magical, and then you realize there's problems about it later on as you grow up. Okay? So it's fine if you loved Israel as a kid, but the fact that you're saying you love Israel now as an adult is fucking disturbing. It's honestly disturbing.
With loving Israel? Is that inherently an evil thing? Seems fucking insane. An insane statement. He said, I'm not a drama content creator. Well, that's a stretch. I've stayed silent on Ethan. That's a big fucking stretch. Since I said I'd rather talk in person, he can't handle it back and forth. Bro, please, you're...
Dude, that's actually true. Like, he hasn't talked about Ethan at all, except for like this tweet thread that he did since the content nuke.
It's so crazy how this guy spent his whole life talking about debate perverts are like the worst people alive. It's like the worst thing you can be. And here he is exhibiting like full debate necrophilia. He is a debate pedophile, a necrophiliac. He can't.
Why wouldn't Ethan want to have a conversation with him? He said, since I'd rather talk in person. I know the title of the video is Ethan Debate Me, or Debate Me, Ethan Klein. Like, Ethan, just have a conversation with him, man. Again, you want to say that Hasan's a coward because he's posting on Twitter when you post on Instagram all the fucking time. Hypocrisy, once again, but I digress. Hasan's the one that says he wants to have a conversation with you in person, or at least like face to face over the phone or whatever, and you're the one rejecting that because Hasan didn't jump through your hoop that you set up for him.
Handle it back and forth. It's like, that's really what you think is happening? That's why he only cries on IG stories where you can't see replies. You mean that I don't go on the platform owned by an actual white supremacist Nazi saluter? That's why he...
Dude, Ethan Klein just fucking played a poker tournament that was live streamed on Twitter. So, no, dude, you do worse. You do content for them. You do content for X. Oh, I don't post on X. You're a fucking Nazi. You're a Nazi, Hasan, because you post on X, which is owned by Elon. What is Instagram owned by? Mark Zuckerberg? No, I guess Mark Zuckerberg is he's not a Nazi because he supports Israel.
Deletes comments and bans subs and tries to dox Redditors. Coward. What are you even on about, bro? Can you actually just respond to any of the... Do you see how hard he tries to avoid any fucking criticism?
This is what I want. Super bad from Ethan. Hold on. This is what I want so bad from Ethan. When the next time he talks about Hasan avoiding criticism, I want him to quickly and succinctly repeat the criticism he has for Hasan so that it's nicely packaged for Hasan to respond to. That's what I want. I don't want him to make a 8-minute long video. I don't want him to go into his podcast and bury it in the middle of like a 4-hour long podcast where he talks about Hasan for like 4 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 20 minutes here. I don't want him to make Instagram stories. I want him to, even if it's in a podcast, you can clip it out. Say, Hasan doesn't respond to my criticisms. Here are my criticisms. Boom, boom, boom. He cried at babies. He didn't cry at babies. He laughed at them. I guess that's his criticism. At least his most recent criticism. He interviewed a Yemeni teenager. I want that. I want Ethan to succinctly repeat his criticisms of Hasan, because if he did so, he might realize they're not as powerful as he originally thought.
What are you even talking about, man? And then this is the coup d'etat. This is when Hasan
the coup d'etat.
He looked in the mirror and said, "Wait, am I the baddie?" Myron Gaines comes in. This is where we agree. Oh, cursed, the most cursed phrase you could hear from Myron Gaines. Ethan is a pro-censorship crybaby, coward that can't handle real confrontation. Bro, when you came on the show, you bitched out. You clocked up.
That's a fucking insane take from him in particular, considering you directly confronted him about his anti-Semitism.
I couldn't have been more confrontational. To the point where you locked up.
Yeah.
You just turned into like a Helen Keller. All of a sudden, you forgot how to talk and see. He was terrified to do a debate in person for obvious reasons. What is this fucking insane retelling?
For obvious reasons.
What is the Anyway, I'm a liberal pussy. I love that he agrees with you, though, Hasan. Does that? By the way, yo, he has the same opinions as Myron. He's saying the same shit that Myron Gaines would say. How are people supposed to think about Hasan?
Didn't Ethan Klein literally just make the argument that if he has the same positions as Ben Shapiro, that doesn't mean that he supports everything Ben Shapiro supports?
Obviously, he's anti-Semitic if he has the same opinions as Myron Gaines. Of course, that's an illogical fallacy, but it's one that him and his audience use all the time to say, you have opinions that Ben Shapiro has.
Oh, okay. So he's calling out how ridiculous it is, and yet he includes the clip from Myron specifically to make that point against Hasan. Did Hasan ever say you have the same opinions as Ben Shapiro in this Twitter thread? He said it when he was talking to Ethan a year ago. Like, he said it then, and I guess that's really stuck with Ethan and kind of rotted in his soul, and now he's like, why do you say that I'm Ben Shapiro? Hey, Ethan.
Of course people are going to think you're pro-genocide. Can we use our brains, please? Stop this stupid fucking nonsense. So this is what's happening. This is the, I think Hasan he's feeling it. I think he's feeling the squeeze, man. You know? I don't think he's getting away with it much longer. Here's a reply to Hasan. You do not have to promote anger, Hasan. To be a leading voice for Palestinians, you should promote understanding, reason, and love. You have not done that since you started, unfortunately. Here's what Ethan said about Palestine on February 21st. I'll acknowledge all the time.
This person's so fucking dumb. Like, I responded to her on Twitter, and she didn't respond, even though a lot of people liked my comment. Guys, like my comment. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. I need more subscribers or Twitter followers. You do not have to promote hate and anger, Hasan. To be a leading voice for Palestinians, you should promote understanding, reason, and love. I mean, this is just fucking preaching. Like, this is meaningless. You should promote love. Yeah, ending genocide is not promoting love. What the fuck are these people on about? You have not done. It's just like, oh, Hasan made me feel bad. He's not promoting love. Here's what Ethan said about Palestine on February 21st. I'll acknowledge all the time, every day, that the unspeakable tragedy and the loss of children, the mass loss of life of children in Gaza, and the absolute unforgivable tragedy that is. Why can't you do the same? I love the editing there. It's like, why can't you do the same about Israeli victims? She has to add, because Ethan literally said, why can't you also acknowledge the tragedy and loss of children in Israel? Like, he did, dude. Did you see his October 7th coverage? There haven't been that many Israelis that have died since October 7th. Like, there's a reason Hasan's coverage has mostly been on the death that's occurring in Palestine, because there haven't been that many Israelis that have died. Like, he'll cover when an Israeli soldier kills himself due to the PTSD of crushing Palestinians while they're alive with a fucking bulldozer, and he's like, I can't deal with this shit, I'm gonna kill myself. He'll cover that because that's actually like a rare casualty that Israel like on the Israeli side. I mean, it's so dumb, man. And then I think I responded something like, oh yeah, Ethan only acknowledges that he's going to Ethan only acknowledges that he'll acknowledge the death in Gaza whenever he's talking about Israeli victims, which is it's true. Once again, he'll use the fact that he's like, well, so many people are dying in Gaza too, to allow himself to be like, why can't you hiss and cry about the Israeli deaths?
Every day that the unspeakable tragedy and loss of children, the mass loss of life of children in Gaza, and the absolute unforgivable tragedy that is, why can't you do the same about Israeli victims? Right. It seems to be an appeal for decency was too much for Hasan. That's it. That's literally the rub on it. It's just an appeal to decency. And to them, that's being pro-genocide. I mean, do the math on that. You know what I mean? I think he's feeling exposed. I think he might need to take a break from the internet. He seems to be doing like, he seems to be crashing out, or something's clearly wrong with him the way he's ranting on Twitter. I think he just needs to take a break, you know? Mm-hmm. He's a 40-year-old man without a family or kids, and he's spending all day on Twitter, you know, like get drama farming. I mean, it's really getting a little pathetic, man. And, you know, we're all...
Cue Ethan's hit comedy routine. I'm going to say things about Hasan that people have said about me.
Worried about you. Your fans, us, who we used to care about you, I mean, me and my audience, we really care about you, you know, and we just think that it's time to take a break. You've been streaming for 8 hours every day, which is already like a bit much. It's a little insecure. Nobody streams that much because they have lives. It's already symptomatic of something being deeply wrong in your personal life.
Your fault.
It is your...
Bro, this is so fucked up. Hasan has so much criticism from people for him saying like, oh yeah, streaming is soul-sucking in a way that a regular job isn't. And Ethan's like, you stream for 8 hours every day. People have lives, Hasan. Dude. Ethan, people work 8-hour workday is the standard. And you're like, dude, how can Ethan survive this shit? He's like, Hasan works way too much and it's ruining his personal relationships and it's ruining his quality of life. 8 hours every day in your own house, in your own living room. It's just too much work. Bro, Hasan doesn't have to drive anywhere. He gets to work out in his own house. He has his mom cook for him hot food from a real fucking kitchen delivered right to his desk. He gets to sit there. He gets to watch fun shit on TV. He covers atrocities on the news as well, but he also watches fun shit. And Ethan's like, you're working too hard. That's actually a concern. That's a red flag, Hasan. You're working 8 hours a day. Bro, tell me you don't know what fucking labor is without telling me, Ethan. This is one of the craziest takes I've heard from him. Hasan streams too much and it's cutting into his personal relationships because 8 hours a day is just, that's like working 8 hours a day is a red flag. He just partied with a capybara in Japan wearing a maid uniform. Oh, Ethan is jealous that his mom actually loves him. Yeah, that's true. He was just complaining about his parents always wanting to leave his house. It's like, dude, the vibes there must be atrocious. Like, he literally was just complaining about how his parents are like, okay, we gotta go. Like, we can't be here anymore.
Take some time, you know. Take your girlfriend, go smell some flowers, some roses, spend some time together, hold her hand, give her a kiss. Like Will Smith said, feel that passion for the first time. Go stand on a rock and film yourself singing a video in slow motion.
How come you don't want me, man?
You don't appreciate the things in life, man. Think about going to Gaza. Go spend some time thinking about going to Gaza. This could be you, man. It's what Will's singing about. He doesn't.
Come on, copyright.
I think his crew, his friends and family need to intervene, actually. I think it's time for Cutie Cinderella and Ludwig and Austin and Will. I think it's time to have an intervention with Hasan. He's not doing well. These people.
Also, I like how Ethan says that Hasan is like drama farming on Twitter. Obviously, he's just shit posting right now. But Hasan literally doesn't go on Twitter, at least post on Twitter during his actual stream. He will go onto Twitter to look at articles and posts from other people, but like he's shut out for those 8 hours or whatever. Oh, okay.
Who, by the way, and Hasan, who's so eager to talk about everything I say about him, hasn't said a single word about the housekeeper. As anybody knows, his peculiar silence on the housekeeper issue. Peculiar. Based?
Based?
That's all I have to say about that. Azealia Banks says Grimes told her Elon has a botched penis implant. Is that a thing? Penis? Can you get a penis extension?
Yeah. I think there's some like horrific surgery options that are out there.
A botched penis implant?
Take it with a grain of salt. She says a lot of things.
Yeah,
but,
she's insane.
But that said, I choose to believe her on this one.
What does a botched penis implant look like? I can only imagine.
I don't want to know.
It probably looks like a cantaloupe.
It's used to help with ED.
A cantaloupe?
Usually.
I don't know.
Are we done here?
I don't even know if he knows how to download a YouTube video, frankly. I don't think he has any discernible skills.
Love this opportunity to duke it out, okay? There are YouTube video compilations. If you think that people are aggressively anti-me and that actually helps in the algorithm, I promise you, yes, I have drama in the title because it's a bait, okay?
By the way, he goes, I'm not a drama YouTuber. The title of his stream is drama, exclamation, 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 exclamation. Wish I could, oh God. I wonder if the VOD is there. Hasan Abi, Twitch. He has his VODs here, I think. Let's see. Not a drama farmer, and that's why he won't respond. Do you notice anything funny? Drama! Do you think that's a little ironic? All right.
I love how Ethan is accurately he'll see a joke, he'll describe the joke, he'll explain why it's funny, and then act like the person that made the joke is the butt of the joke. Hasan's like, I'm not a drama. Like, Hasan's had this whole thing where he's like, I'm not a drama streamer. And so then he names his video Drama. And Ethan's like, wow, got him. Don't you think that's ironic that you say you're not a drama streamer, but your stream name is literally titled Drama? Seems a little ironic to me, Hasan. It's like, bro, that's literally the joke. That's like, what the fuck? Dude, this guy's supposed to be a comedian.
And it's stupid.
What a dumbass.
I hope you understand.
Dude, Ethan just like saying nothing happening, and then Ethan just randomly putting out there, what a dumbass. Like,
do you notice anything funny? Drama! Do you think that's a little ironic? All right.
And it's stupid.
What a dumbass.
I hope you understand. There are a lot of people that have made a lot of money shitting on my former podcast co-host.
Correct.
Some of it is for valid reasons that I suspect that he changed from, okay?
Not sure.
And some of it is not. Okay. But it doesn't matter. What matters is if you're exclusively interested in the drama of it all.
Is he like trying to threaten me or something? I could do a major expose on you, bro, if I wanted to. It's like, get in line, dude. You can make the 100th Ethan Klein expose video. Go for it. Let's see if you can actually make it interesting.
There is a million things that he has in his background that people have fucking regularly garnered millions of views over. Do you think I don't know how to fucking make a video like that?
I actually literally, I'm almost certain you don't. I don't think you know how to make a video. I don't know that you ever have made a video. You know? Is there ever evidence of Hasan putting out an edited video? I don't think so. The only one that comes close is his old bro tip.
Oh my God, who gives a fuck? Okay, is it just this? Okay, honestly, I don't care. So you guys said Bad Empanada was crashing out, or like not crashing out, but going off on Twitter or Instagram. Bad Empanada. It's Instagram, right? Bad Empanada. Oh, Bad Emp. Bad Emp. You've endured more than enough decline. You've base empanada. Is it what's his Instagram? Maybe I should just look this up. Oh, let's see. On the subreddit, there is. Wait, do they not show his Reddit? Or this is Instagram, right? Bad Empanada. Did I just not search it hard enough? Bad Empanada. Oh. All right, let's go. He did not get in contact. The Zionist husband to a terrorist, Ethan Klein, constantly. Bro, he's so funny. He did not get in contact. The Zionist husband to a terrorist, Ethan Klein, constantly claims no one can argue against him, while exclusively communicating through mediums that others can't respond to him on and actively ignoring everyone who's debunked him. That's true. I would crush him in a debate, even with his team of sycophants furiously asking ChatGPT for talking points to feed him because he's a genocidal Zionist and the facts aren't on their side. Yeah, Bad Empanada is really good. I don't know how good at debates he is. Like, I think he is good at debates. It's just like, obviously, no one on the H3 crowd would have their minds changed at all. But he might trigger Ethan, which would be funny. Like, that would work. Ethan is a meek little bitch and does everything he says and does because he's terrified of his wife leaving him and is desperate to stay in line with her whims. I mean, this is a fucking banger post. She's the only woman to ever pretend to like him, and it's just pathetically obvious what's going on. That's so good, man. Ethan Klein literally touched himself on camera to a 17-year-old girl while talking about how badly he wanted to rape her as Hila filmed. Okay, man. All right. Now, this is a bad empanada, I know. Ethan Klein on a Boston Marathon bombing victim. You can actually see the contours of her vagina. This was a very successful, very powerful, very edgy photo of a girl's vagina. The fat, juicy, juvenile vagina, N-word wants to fuck that. Oh, Jesus. I'd ram my 2-inch. Okay, I'm not gonna. You guys can read this shit, man. Yeah. Bad Empanada just posting all of the classics. Oh, yeah. How are you gonna talk shit while looking like this? Dude, Ethan, you cannot pick a fight with Bad Empanada. That's not a good idea for you. Bad Empanada is gonna drag you down in the dirt and just drown you there. 40-year-old man skips over the multiple debate challenges to post, you're ugly. Dude, he kind of nailed your ass there, Ethan. No wonder. Also, Ethan, why the fuck would you include the quote next to his face? Sorry, here. Let me shut this off. Why would you include the actual quote that he posted? Like, he's roasting your fucking ass and you're repeating his quote and amplifying it. No wonder his house is covered in dog shit and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. Holy shit, dude. It's going so hard. Movie about what it's like to live in the Klein household. Parasite? Oh my god. Dude, this guy's no chill. I meant the parasites his whole family has from the dog shit, not the part about having poor servants, though that works too. Oof. This is like a combo kill. The next global pandemic will originate from Ethan Klein's dog shit covered mansion. Okay, I'm not even gonna get into the dog shit thing because I don't know about it. I don't necessarily know if I want to know about it. Let's see what Ethan's been posting. Oh yeah, he posts this. Oh, it's probably true though. Are you gonna talk shit while looking like this? I mean, bro, that's such a weak response. If you ever get around to watching Game of Thrones, you'll appreciate that I'm Khaleesi, and like her, I happen to have a few dragons, for better or worse, but usually for better, because my dragons also protect those I fight for, so we really all benefit from those gorgeous monsters of mine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is like... yeah, this is a fake post, but it's funny. I'm Khaleesi. You'll appreciate that I'm Khaleesi, and like her, I happen to have a few dragons. Once again, just like a poorly written joke. Like, where is the context for Hasan being Khaleesi? Anyway, Ethan's crashing out. Let's see. Is Hasan on Twitch still? I just want to see what Hasan has to say about this stupid shit. And then we're gonna... Oh, that's from Blake Lively. Lively? It was about a girl that survived the Boston bombing. Yeah. No, I'm honestly kind of worried. Like, I'm saying it a little bit ironically, but like that was just such a weak response from Ethan to getting called like that you're ugly and your wife is just using you, that I'm a little bit worried about him. Okay. So you guys said that Hasan was reacting to Ethan when I started this. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. So I'm going to rewind this. Wait, when did this? Oh, here we go. Here, Hasan's actually talking about it. Oh my god, this is long.
Okay, but at the same time, not only are they pro-Palestine, but they're also simultaneously pro-genocide of Palestinians.
What is this? Israeli captive Noah Agramani's statement today backs the previous statement provided by her under Hamas captivity. Based on the statement of Noah from Yedioth, this confirms what Hamas said previously and confirms that the Israeli captives were not forced to say what they said. Al-Qassam Brigades released a video on the 15th of January confirming that the captive Israeli soldier Noah Argaman is alive, and Al-Qassam soldiers saved her life along with 2 other Israeli soldier captives after IDF targeted them twice in airstrikes. The contentious Israeli strikes resulted in the killing of 2 captive Israeli soldiers, and she was the only one who remained alive. What did she say? She said, like, that the IDF killed her.
And every see,
all right.
So this is where I was like, there.
I mean, bro, Israel's definitely killed hostages. Like, we literally know that Israel's killed 3 hostages when they were trying to surrender. So it's not surprising that their airstrikes would kill hostages too, and it's also not surprising that they would then say that it was Hamas that actually like beat them with bricks or something.
Yeah, in the words of Shonda Black, if your N-word compilation is longer than your advocacy for the Palestinian emancipatory movement, then you probably aren't pro-Palestine.
That's a good point.
Nobody can have any nuanced conversation about this.
Responding to criticisms over his mockery of Aaron Bushnell, Ethan Klein launches into a tirade directly out of the Hasbara playbook before inadvertently betraying his own cynical pandering. Why would you call me a Zionist when I have said all the things you want to hear from me?
That's the problem. You know what I mean? So extreme. My first reaction is this. It was absolutely insane how he like stood the whole time. That was crazy. I didn't know how that's humanly possible. Again, not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at fucking burning lives. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Does that sound bad that he was really good? I mean that as a compliment. What the fuck are you guys angry about, you weirdos?
So now we need to make levity about these things, but I guess if it's 3 Israelis dead, you're not even allowed to laugh at something blatantly absurd, because then Ethan says that you're being anti-Semitic.
They do. My God, stop. They just say, all I hear is Ethan no, but I don't understand what I've even fucking said. Oh, chewing? Yeah, I'll stop that. Maybe they're just talking about the chewing. Could that be? Yeah, that's probably it. Wait, what did I even say that to mean? Like, give me a fucking break. Holy shit. Isn't that I do it because you want people to talk about it? Like, that's what I'm doing. My point is this. First of all, I was stunned by the way that he stood through the whole thing. I mean, shit, that was wild. And really showed his true resolve to protest in that way. I can only imagine this.
Yeah, this was when there was backlash in his community towards a lot of the things that he was saying. Backlash that was organic, by the way, not backlash that I directed, because at the time when people would send me clips like this, I was like, I'm not going to watch that. I don't care. Okay? Just so you understand. At the time, when members of his community would come in here because, you know, post leftovers, people would be like, look at what Ethan said again. He's a Zionist, I promise. Okay? And I was like, hey guys, there's a genocide happening. I'm going to cover that instead. I don't really care about what Ethan Klein is saying about Israel or Palestine. He is not your enemy. And that's what I said over and over again for a fucking year. Unimaginably charitable. And what did he do after all of that? He came after every single pro-Palestinian voice that was around me, that had ever fucking worked with me in any capacity. And then he came after me too. And how did he come after me? With the most ridiculous fucking clips. With the most ridiculous clips, claiming that I was, scary, hate America, only have America bad perspectives, using some of the silliest sourcing I've ever seen in my entire life. There's
Ethan
a point in which he says, when we were having a back and forth,
Ethan is really not going to like this,
about the Uyghur re-education camps, where he's like, oh, well, aren't they organ harvesting and doing death camps and killing millions of Uyghurs? And I'm like,
I know, I gotta learn a lot from Hasan when it comes to actually like engaging in the chat, because I'm so bad. But to be fair, you guys were the ones that were telling me to draw, okay? So it's kind of your fault too.
No, they're re-education camps, which I think is unacceptable, okay? And that those re-education camps have actually closed down, according to an Associated Press article. He turned around and acted like there was no Associated Press article. Dog, that's your fault. You didn't fucking Google it. And what you did end up Googling didn't even correspond to the evidence that you suggested that the concentration camps, the death camps, were still ongoing. He was using newer articles that were working on information from prior to our conversation. Wonderful stuff. That's what happens when you spend 6 months on fucking ChatGPT trying to craft a compelling narrative about things that you don't understand. I heard some of the things that he said in his video, like how 1 million Israelis were displaced during the Nakba, which he calls the War of Israeli Independence, by the way. Okay? No, not 1 million Israelis, sorry. 1 million Jews were displaced forcibly. More Jews were displaced during the Nakba than Palestinians, he said. That is the highest level of being misinformed. At that point, I don't even know if you're a Zionist or just a fucking moron. Okay?
I mean,
that's what he said. And his dumbass audience of progressive individuals ate that shit up. That's what I'm frustrated by. That's what I'm insanely frustrated by. Because Ethan Klein, for better or for worse, did cultivate a relatively progressive community. And now he's just a Hasbara bot, farming that community into a more reactionary position on a fucking genocide for an apartheid state. An apartheid state that he lived in and hated when he lived there. It's crazy.
Bro, I wish I was in the fucking chat for this.
Like, the level of historical revisionism in his anti-Hasan video is so insane. And people still unironically repeat that. Liberal-minded people repeat that. That is what fucking frustrates me. People who are otherwise progressive turning around and being like, oh my God, if everything Ethan is saying in this video is true, and he says he's pro-Palestinian, then yeah, maybe there is definitely a lot of lying and obfuscation happening on Hasan's side. Insane. Literally has the Hamas Piker meme in the background of his entirety of his new video. Yeah, of course, that kind of shit it flies. Like, no one will ever bat an eye at that. Okay? No one will ever bat an eye at that, dude. But God forbid you say fucking Sabra hummus is dog shit. Oh my God, it's the peak of anti-Semitism. I stubbed my toe. This must be Hasan's anti-Semitism. People don't want to collaborate with me no more. Not because I've had an extended fucking crash out in public in the funniest and saddest ways possible that everyone can see, but most people are still too afraid to ever fucking openly disparage because you sick your fan base on everyone, no matter how big or small, including anonymous Redditors who are former fans of yours, trying to engage in frivolous lawsuits to just expressly dox people. Not because you think you're going to win these defamation suits, but specifically because you want to dox them and then openly talking about how you're going to fucking tell every random person's immediate family members and places of employment that they're actually anti-Semitic.
Bro, Hasan is like really up to date on this shit. Like I know that Ethan's like, oh, Hasan doesn't engage in what I'm saying, but it seems like Hasan knows pretty much everything that he's been up to lately. Okay, I'm trying to think. What is Ethan going to say? Oh yeah, like exposing snarkers' information is too far. It's not a frivolous lawsuit because I actually have standing that it's defamation that ruined my career. Yeah, dude, posting your fucking clips is ruining your career. Then sue me, motherfucker.
Crime of criticizing you.
There was more Jews.
What is this? Disinformation tracker content nuke part 2. Ethan lied for Israel.
The 1940s.
Ever book just a...
He claimed yesterday that you crashed out and you needed intervention and that you live a sadly lonely life just streaming. Yeah. If I'm crashing out because I fucking responded to one goddamn tweet, if I tweeted twice, okay, because I saw something that I consider to be a bridge too far, which is obviously this tweet. If this tweet is crashing out, what the fuck is doing Instagram posts every single day and 8 or 10 videos virtually covering me every single fucking podcast? What the fuck is that? We need a new term for that. If one tweet after months and months of endless fucking chirping is a crash out, what the fuck is this? Yeah, look at this crash out where I said, no way, the guy who ended his podcast over disagreements on Israel's genocide, who spent the last year.
Oh, I'm not gonna be surprised if Ethan actually posts an Instagram story tonight about Hasan covering this. How recent will it be? Like how fast is Ethan gonna respond? Oh, doesn't have any new stories yet, but it's coming.
You're trying to get every pro-Palestinian voice band is visiting Israel like Michael fucking Rappaport. He's going to show us all that there's no apartheid. He even mentions me in this. He can't seem to get my name out of his goddamn mouth.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel. Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it, like it's some super.
Bro, it's so sad. He can't even mention visiting his family without bringing up Hasan. Oh yeah, we're gonna go to Israel to visit family, and we're gonna do this to show you guys like the real Israel. Because when you listen to Hasan, you get such a skewed perspective. Once again, man, he's literally going to Israel with the express purpose to prove Hasan wrong. Okay. Hot take, but I never liked Hila even as a fan. I don't think she adds that much to the content.
Super racist.
Yeah, dude, it's so crazy that these mega lefties like Hasan are calling Israel an apartheid state. I wonder what other mega leftists have called Israel an apartheid state. Oh, that's right, Nelson fucking Mandela, dude. I don't know, I feel like he knows a thing or two about apartheid, don't you think? Mega leftist, dude. Nelson Mandela in Palestine, in his own words, on the 30th anniversary since his release from prison, the late South African leader remains an icon for the Palestinians. This was all the way back in 2020, this 30-year anniversary. Okay? I don't care about all the petty shit, okay? I don't care about all the petty shit. I do, however, care about, especially when we have a fucking fascist administration with numerous motherfuckers tossing Sig Heils left and right, as the administrative state is being blown to bits by billionaire.
I love that. I love that Ethan's like, well, I'm not the one posting on the website owned by the Sig-hailing Nazi. So you admit there's a Sig-hailing Nazi running the country right now, and this is the anti-Semitism you choose to spend your time engaging on. Not to mention, once again, you just did a poker stream streamed on X. Like, you're literally like, I mean, Steiny's a Trump supporter. Masvidal is a Trump supporter. He's doing a poker stream with Trump supporters. And he's like, Hasan used Twitter, so he's on the fucking Nazi website.
Parasites. I do care about one of the last remaining progressive communities turning into a reactionary shithole because they're following the whims of a narcissistic madman who can't fucking let go of his love and loyalty to this apartheid state, this settler colonial apartheid state currently conducting a fucking genocide. That is a bridge too far. Okay? He openly stated that the PLO, he openly stated his support for the Palestinian Liberation Organization during a town hall meeting in the U.S. broadcast on the ABC channel. At the time, it was still regarded as a terrorist organization by U.S. and Israel. Okay? If you made an effort post video that is a historical dissection of the Hasbara slop, someone like Zach Foster, it would go so hard. Yeah. We identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination. Arafat is a comrade in arms, and we treat him as such. In a 1977 speech on International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, Mandela reaffirmed his support for Palestinian rights. We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians. the city in the West Bank, occupied Palestinian land, the same city that Ethan and Gila called a terrorist city, the city of Ramallah, okay, there is a Nelson Mandela statue. How ridiculous. I'm ashamed that there are so many people that straight up just dropped all of this stuff the moment that Ethan decided every single person that is a defender of Palestinian emancipation is bad and a terrorist. Okay? It's shocking. It's shocking how that turn happened. Like, what happened to individual thinkers? What happened to fucking progressive-minded people? He just purged them from his community. And then in the process, those who remained, I guess, were just rabid sycophants.
Oh my God, this goes on for a while.
Crazy, like Jim Crow style of society.
All right, guys.
Like, I can't wait to show you.
Yeah.
We might have to finish this. We might have to finish this later. The fuck? All these notifications. Oh, was there anything else I wanted to cover today? Yeah, we'll just finish that later. I'll keep the VOD up. Hopefully it doesn't go away. How long do those VODs last on there? Oh yeah, let's take a look at this too. Just because, like, we'll wrap up with this. This is something that I brought up earlier today, but it's worth going over again. Look, I'm having a hard time processing my comfort dumb podcast turned into this. I've been contributing all dumb memories to help people piece it together. Hey, appreciate it, Warwick. All right, I'm gonna just finish it up with this, but it's like when we're talking about how Ethan is criticizing pro-Palestinian voices, this is the reality of the situation.
I am not sorry that I stood up for those things.
Both of our non-white hosts in primetime are losing their shows, as is Katie Fang on the weekend. And that feels worse than bad.
Primetime MSNBC host Rachel Maddow is speaking out against her own network after the network decided to cancel Joy Reid's show. So in this video, I'm going to play several clips, both from Rachel Maddow, also from Joy Reid and her reaction on a different show after her show was canceled, as well as another reaction from my former MSNBC host, and all the information of what is going on at MSNBC right now, because it is just, there's some changes happening. And there are some interesting through lines with the changes that are being made. One I'll get to later on, which I think is very clear. This one as well, though, is bizarre. As Brandon Friedman writes here, all the folks who exited NBC today seen together. Hoo boy, message received. Interesting that no one here is white. Worth noting, not all of them are leaving the network. All of them had their shows canceled, though. So Jonathan Capehart had a show canceled, but is apparently potentially hosting a different weekend show. Alex Wagner lost her primetime show, but is staying on as a senior legal correspondent. Lester Holt said he is exiting or leaving the anchor role on NBC. He announced this. It's not clear if he was pushed out because his ratings are apparently pretty good, the second most watched evening newscast. So it's not clear what's going on there, but he's staying on NBC as the Dateline NBC host. Joy Reid will get to more later. Eamon is also had a show canceled, but is potentially hosting an evening weekend show. And Katie Fang lost her show, but is staying on as a legal correspondent. So all losing their positions here. Now, the replacements include Jen Psaki, who is taking over for Alex Wagner's primetime slot, and the weekend hosts, Alicia Menendez, Michael Steele, and Simone Sanders, taking over the Joy Reid slot. So, and by the way, I saw one piece in Mediaite that described these three as very left-leaning. Michael Steele is the former RNC chair. All right, let's not get crazy now. These aren't exactly activists, but I want to get to Rachel Maddow's comments here. So these are, I'm going to split this into two because her other comments I think are worth playing, but I want to talk about Joy Reid first, so we'll get to the other half of the comments later. But here she is discussing her thoughts on where only Chris Hayes is left in prime time as somebody who has done a pretty good job criticizing the government of Israel and their mass atrocities, and of course the U.S. government support of those mass atrocities with both political support but also funding of it. It's one clear issue where it is so obvious what is going on, yet so much of the media, of mass media, of legacy media, is unwilling to be clear about the genocide. So Dropsite shared the clip from Joy Reid, saying Joy Reid discussed the cancellation of her MSNBC show during an interview on the Win with Black Women podcast on Monday, saying she is not sorry for her commentary on the network. Here's the clip.
My show had value.
So anyway, we see that people, like, there's a pattern of people speaking out against the genocide and being canceled. And is it all that they're just so anti-Semitic? No, it's because the United States is incentivized to have its media fall in line behind its support for Israel. And Ethan Klein is just a part of this pattern of canceling pro-Palestinian, anti-Israeli voices. All right, that's the end of the stream today, guys. Thanks for watching so much. And we have to finish some Hasan stuff. I also want to cover, oh my God, I want to cover like Michael Knowles talking to trans people. I haven't watched that video. I want to save it to watch it with you guys on stream. There's a lot of fucking news. I haven't even like done an update on the Elon Musk stuff, but that's always in development. So yeah, that's all for now. I will catch you guys later. Peace.